Welcome back to OtakuDaiKun.
Goddess of Victory, Nikke.
Time to play some more Nikke, Goddess of Victory. Holmes, I knew it. Him, alive, FGO, Moriarty, Interlude 2, new. That's just a bunch of barf text. I have no idea what you're referring to. But yeah, we're here to play more Nikke, Goddess of Victory, continue on with its lovely story. Let me know if you can hear me alright, if you need one volume turned down over the other. It's kind of tricky for me to actually check the volume levels, because the instant I, turn down the game, I have to deactivate Nikke as the active window, and the audio goes away. So it's only when I have the window selected that it actually works. Isn't that strange? But yeah, we'll wait here just a little bit to see some people gather. Not a ton of viewers just yet, not a lot of people in chat. As soon as there are, we may resume. And I'll give a recap of where we were and where we're gonna go from here. Go from here. Foot lettuce. It happens. Hey there, Dai. I hope that you're having a wonderful day and have a great and fun stream. I take that to mean that you're just gonna be saying hi and then dipping out, which is fine. Welcome to the stream and thanks for stopping by. I did get that new milk image right here. Finally figured out how to do that. Wait, did you say something?
Not like me at all.
Hey, Caitlin P, how you doing? I am... honestly, it's been pretty rough lately. It's been very rough for me in my life. But I'm hanging in there. Lots of good things to look forward to, lots of craziness. Yesterday I was very happy to just binge Xenoblade Chronicles X Definitive Edition. I do love that game oh so much. I will not be streaming it though, because I streamed Xenoblade 2 and 3, and honestly the people showing up were not a lot. No, I did not watch Batman Ninja versus Yakuza. I did not know that was a thing. Certainly did not. But yeah, getting this milk picture was interesting. Because you gotta go into... where is she? There's my milk. You have to give her her favorite item. The coffee mug. Which is nice. And if you try to maintain it, you need a bunch of these scouring pads. And I forgot you could selectively look these ones out. So that allows her to be stronger, which is nice. So I'm working towards that. Ah! No, I didn't mean to do that. Okay, I'll put it close to where it was before, and then I wish I couldn't do that, like resize the window. Window capture, transform, fit to screen. There we go. There we go. You're at work at the moment. Gotcha. Okay. Bleach Rebirth. I've heard people talk about that a little bit. Yeah. It's interesting. I usually don't have very good experience with games that are literally an adaptation of anime, like Dragon Ball games or Naruto games or any of that stuff. Atelier Yumiya dropped today worldwide. Yeah, I'm not getting my pre-order copy in for a little bit either. Amazon's really been dropping the ball. I ordered my Xenoblade from Best Buy, and they use a different service now. I think they call it like Roadie, where they're able to provide, you know, same day shipping better than Amazon right now by just taking it from one of the nearby stores and running it up to you, which is crazy. And yeah, I would go just pick it up from the store myself if I knew the store was actually going to get that item in. I said it from shipping because you never know what location's actually going to get your copy in, and it's really frustrating. And yeah, so maybe Amazon is just losing the game on day one pre-orders of video games. It's like, ugh. But it's okay. I won't be able to touch that game for a while, Yumiya, as much as I want it. Because Xenoblade's going to take a lot of time. I'm still working on Trails Through Daybreak 2. And once those are both done, then I'll consider Atelier. But I'm just going to be like back-to-back JRPGs. I'm not a huge fan of Superman or Batman. I guess I liked the sort of 80s and 90s stuff that was coming out. But not a huge fan of them anymore now.
It's not like me at all.
But yeah, as far as, you know, like my financial stuff has been pretty yucky, I guess. Just the channel hasn't been doing as well, and Ari-chan's wanting to do some career shifting type stuff, so during that time I'm going to be potentially getting on a part-time job or whatnot, and I've been applying to all sorts of places. Namely, like, my old stomping grounds was Best Buy, and the market sucks. They won't take me back just yet, at least not for a decent asking wage. I suppose if you want to take, like, breadcrumbs, they'll let you in. But it's like, damn. We went from COVID being, please, we need you, you guys are essential, to, oh crap, now nobody's shopping here and we can't get money, and so we can't pay you anything. And it's like, wow.
It's not like me at all.
Sorry, I missed the actual beginning. I had to wash dishes, but I'm setting up where I'll be able to heat it. Heat it? What are you heating? Anyway, yeah, okay, so I'll go ahead and give us a recap of where we were at. Wrong menu. This one, Outpost. We're going to the Outpost! What do I think about the new Minecraft movie? Zero interest, I guess. I never liked the game. I don't like the... Oh, here. Gotcha, Ezra. So last time we completed chapter 26. Which was Return. Essentially, we just finished up that huge arc where the arc was being attacked by raptors. They got themselves into the arc, and essentially at the very end, when a bunch of the fuck, my brain is just fried right now. Heretics. That's what I was trying to think of. Yes, heretics were breaking out or being resurrected in the deep part of the ark, and Rappy essentially saved us. Knocked him into the elevator, launched him. She activated her Red Hood mode. But activating her Red Hood mode, this time, like, completely turned her into Red Hood. And we're like, oh shit. Because if you play the event, you'll know that Red Hood literally, like, went inside Rappy. They kind of merged. But now Red Hood's out, and Rappy wants to let her kind of fulfill herself before she comes back. So we go out to the surface, we find Red Hood / Rappy, and essentially to make her happy, we escort her to her hometown. Her old hometown, this little country boonies or whatever, and at that point she's like, wow, I finally got to be where I, started off. I wanted to reunite with my home for so long that she's been able to feel satisfied enough for regular Rappy to take over again and come back. The first Berserker? Yeah, I don't know anything about that game. There was a cool Japanese, Japanese Drift Master, I think is what they're calling it, that was supposed to come out on Steam at the end of the month. Now it's like been pushed to May. It's like, don't. Okay. But it turns out Red Hood's home base is a perfect location for us to camouflage and start using as sort of a hub for our reclamation of the surface. So that's kind of the main thing that we're doing right now. Using Red Hood's home and working out from there, we are able to explore a new frontier, as the title for the video. A couple of side plots that were going on alongside then. Siyuen, she got told for basically allowing this attack to happen on the Ark and not doing a lot to stop it. She's been condemned to saying, we're gonna turn your ass into a Nikke. And she's like, no, don't do that. Of course, Enoch, the hive mind lawmaker thing in the Ark, can't actually turn Siyuen into a Nikke, but is going against her programming to sort of flub the truth and keep Siyuen on a leash, as it were. And so now she is desperately helping us, the commander, thinking it's her only way to avoid becoming a Nikke. Then we found out that Anderson, our boy Anderson, whenever he has a meeting to attend to, a lot of the times he's actually going in to obtain life support because his body's all fucked up. We found that out. So he's really trusting us to finally let us know that aspect about himself. And then lastly, we've got Dorothy. Dorothy was pissed off. She got kicked out of the Ark way back. She was denied entry for the place that she protected and saved. And so she goes off, makes Eden her own little Ark of sorts that's got better technology than the Ark. And now she's willing to share that technology with the Ark in exchange for, we don't really know what her long-term agenda is just yet. But she's been working with Birmingham. Can I do a lore for Artoria Caster? Maybe. It's not a bad idea. But yeah, right now it's time for Nikke. But yeah, so that's all that was going on. We are venturing toward a new frontier. The surface. Reclamation Site 01. Red Hood's hometown.
Move all the food to storage. And don't forget to put the Nutrium in the refrigerator.
Nutrium.
Has the ammunition arrived? Ah, here it is. Transfer 90% of it to the armory and take the other 10 to the dormitory.
There is no new episode of Fate, unless you're talking about Strange Fake, and that's already old news, unfortunately, because they haven't released anything for a while.
Hands off those chocolate bars. But I brought these separately. Then why does it say for military use on the wrapper? Because it's a new military edition flavor? And pray tell, what exactly does the military taste like? Taxes?
Neon, you're awesome.
It's Dang it, how many times has this happened already? What the hell are these robots doing to these deliveries to bang them up so badly?
How is it leaking? It looks intact. I guess there's like a broken piece. Oh, okay, yeah. There's a hole in the bottom, just flat out. That's not even leaking.
No one ever said bringing supplies up to the surface would be easy. The delivery robots have to avoid rapture routes, which demands that they traverse through all manner of rough terrain. Supplies rarely arrive fully intact.
The newest event on FGO's case, for North America anyway, seems like it's going to be, Lilum Harlot. We get to do some, Beast Nero stuff.
Not to mention how much of it goes missing. The real bummer is that there's no elevator.
When is the one they're building going to be finished?
Not sure. Mighty Tools have commenced construction, that's all I know. It could take as little as a month, or as long as 3.
A month should be enough. This is Mighty Tools we're talking about here.
Mighty Tools is hardcore then.
I think so too. Anise, don't just leave that there.
I'm used to construction just taking forever.
I was gonna pick them up once they put the rest of this stuff away. If I stop right now while I'm in the middle of something, it'll take longer.
Let me check something.
Neon, put those combat rifles
Saskia,
down.
please,
Raw?
stop spamming chat.
Stomach, and you definitely don't want that.
It's hard enough to understand the text as is, but you're replying every, like, couple of seconds
With this, we have the basics covered.
to yourself, essentially. Please don't.
All that's left to do is wait for the reinforcements to arrive. It's been some time since they left, so they should be arriving soon.
You said we should be expecting 3 people, right?
Yes, all of them are personnel who specialize in exploring.
Yeah, we get to meet some new Nikke that are still, unfortunately, stuck in NPC
One
jail.
of them is affiliated with Missilis. Will that be an issue?
No.
Roger that. By the way, thanks to Raptilian's generous gift, you have an idea of where to start now.
It was a big help, that's for sure. 3 weeks ago. Red Hood's hometown. Squeaky squeak. Once a mother whale lands, one of its sides opens slightly. Out of the opening comes something which vaguely resembles a rapture. As it lumbers clumsily over to us, it speaks out.
Hey there, friends. It's been a long time.
This guy's voice is funny.
How have you been?
Wow, it's been a hot minute, hasn't it?
I actually don't remember the last time we saw this guy.
Can someone explain to me what's happening?
Stay alert, Commander.
It's okay, Reptilian is friendly.
I can't believe I'm actually saying this, but I think we're safe as well.
I can understand why you'd all be taken aback. I'll explain everything.
Like I was just made out of like total junk parts. What is it that you need?
I haven't eaten anything for 5 days now. If it's not too much trouble, could you scrounge me up some grub? Even if it's just something to drink, I'd be eternally grateful.
What do you drink?
What? He fainted!
Musashi's not an old or a new character by any means.
Get him some water. But I don't have a canteen or anything.
Here,
Quickly.
where should I pour the water?
I don't see his mouth or anything like that.
Try to remember the features of the rapture suit. I'm just gonna put it in the first hole I see, and if you start moaning, it's not my fault. Due to the suit's haphazard construction, it's riddled with innumerable gaps. His face is probably somewhere near the core, so I'll try and pour some water in there for now. Oh, god damn it. You are moaning.
I nearly bought the farm back there. Thanks, friends. Sorry to ask another favor, but could I ask for some food as well?
What is the character's name?
First off, let's get inside. That might be a better place for you to fill us in on some details.
Okay, sure. Good idea.
After taking some food and slipping it through one of the gaps in the Rapture suit, Reptilian focuses on eating for a while, and after 20 minutes or so is finally ready to have a conversation.
I've been traveling the world on Whaley's back for a while now.
Really?
Whaley.
You're not talking about that mother whale we just saw, are you?
I sure am. Isn't it a lovely name?
I can't even.
I'll tell you one thing. Seeing the surface from high up in the sky on Whaley's back is spectacular.
Why would you be in trouble for telling me a character's name?
It's far different from.
I'm not worried about spoilers.
The surface.
It'll actually help me know what the hell you're talking about.
Refractions on a silver lake wriggling like a living thing.
Yes, the world of crystals. That's where we're headed next.
Towering mountains made of steel. And so much more. It's a big, beautiful world out there. It's so amazing, in fact, that it's easy to forget about eating. Like yours truly did.
Are you talking about the areas of the surface which are further out from the Ark?
That's right. Humanity is so deeply ensconced in the Ark that we have no concept of what's out there in the world. But not me. I've seen it. I've seen the changes in the outside world.
Wow.
There's a whole lot that I still haven't seen. I'm super curious about what it all looks like beyond the beyond.
Hello! Welcome to the stream. Magalore.
Well, it's nice to hear that you're doing well.
Yeah, I thought you were in trouble. Me too. Especially after seeing you get dragged off by Mother Whale.
I'm glad you're safe. And even more so that you seem to be enjoying yourself. Do I like Touhou Project? I do. My full knowledge of it pales in comparison to what's out there, but I like certain characters, particularly Reimu. She's my fave. I played Perfect Cherry Blossom back in the day, and I've also, there was a really good Touhou fighting game, a 2D fighter that I used to be into.
How did you end up here anyway?
I was flying around this area when I suddenly heard a loud noise. When I came to investigate,
Now I mostly see Touhou through doujinshis, many of which are very good.
I hated seeing my friends in danger, so I swooped down to help.
Thank you for saving us, but
And of course, a lot of Touhou music.
don't you like the Rapture?
There's like countless amounts of albums and amateur Touhou stuff that just sounds super good.
It hurts, sure, but I had no choice.
And Touhou has a notorious reputation with rhythm games for being the most intense, hardcore, like rhythm tapping ever, just like the intensity of their bullet hells.
Most of the Raptures, at least in their current incarnation, aren't ready to communicate with us. I have a fondness for the Raptures, yes. But you guys are my friends, and I care about you.
There's also a really cool Touhou, like Metroidvania.
Thank you.
Mother Whale, I mean, Whaley's appearance seems to have changed.
Nice observation. I persuaded Whaley to make some cosmetic alterations.
See, I thought we destroyed Whaley, but I guess not. Or maybe this is another one? What do you mean?
Whaley occasionally descends to ground level in order to eat, but her diet is way too animal heavy. I brought up the idea of maybe being vegetarian, and once she started incorporating more fruits and grass into her diet, her physical appearance changed too.
You're telling me that you can actually communicate with that thing? Okay, fine. Let's say that's true.
Guilty Gear? Yeah, I think I like Blaze Blue more than Guilty Gear personally, but I got nothing against it. It's a little bit on the edgier side of things as far as like character designs go.
You're also saying that a change in diet made its exterior change?
In my humble opinion, as both an animal lover and rapture connoisseur, I believe its physical transformation...
And of course, I'm aware of the whole Jack O challenge that came about recently.
Is that even possible?
And I've gotten videos surrounding the drama regarding
Isn't it interesting?
Bridget.
I'd say so. Not as interesting as you mentioning it offhand and moving on as if it were nothing.
Such are the mysteries of nature.
What the?
I think Whaley wants to leave now. I'd love to take you along for a ride, but Whaley is still quite shy.
Mount and Blade Warband. For a really good total conversion mod called Toho Gensokyo Warfare.
I'll try
What kind of game?
to take you next time, so you can look forward to that.
Oh, really?
Of course.
That'd be amazing. I'm gonna be up all night thinking about it.
Also,
Yes?
I'd like to give you this. It's a map of everything I've seen up until now.
Oh, that's so nice of you. Really?
From my unique vantage point up on Whaley, I've drawn each and every single detail I've come across.
See, I wish I remember who the hell this reptilian was, because that's pretty big.
I hope that looking at this will fill you with inspiration and a desire to explore that wide and wonderful world out there.
We already had Miyamoto Musashi Berserker. You're a femboy?
I want to bestow the greatness of nature's bounty and the wonders of this world to those I care about. It would be best if you venture out and see them for yourself. The sights out there are worth the risk.
A large piece of folded paper emerges from one of the gaps in the suit. As I take it and spread the map wide open, it is far larger than I imagined it would be.
Your cartography skills are remarkable. The detail here is rather intricate.
Of course. These things are a must if you're a fan of the natural world.
I still can't believe this is all really happening.
Oh, you'd better believe it. It's very real.
Thank you, I'm sure this will come in handy.
I certainly hope so.
An Italian femboy, huh? Fascinating.
Oh boy, there she goes again. I better get going. Next time we meet, I'll have another map for you.
Hell
Be
yeah.
well, friends, and see you again.
Yeah, I completely forgot that this scene ever happened. It's pretty sad, isn't it? Oh well.
Okay, let me make sure I'm getting all this. The optical camouflage has been installed without any issues. and
What is this right now?
reclaimed.
This is Nikke, Goddess of Victory. A wonderful mobile game, with lots and lots and lots of waifu, and a really enriching story. Very deep, very dramatic, oftentimes very tragic. And the story's so good, that's why we're covering it here.
During that process, you met a civilian riding the mother whale that had somehow altered its external appearance. Said civilian assisted you in battle, along with Mother Whale.
Oh, you mean the Fate Samurai Remnant event. Gotcha. Yeah, you can tell me all you want about spoilers, I'm not worried. Yeah, I forgot that we're getting the... I didn't know it came with a different version of Musashi. I was more focused on Iori and his saber. Why can't I think of the name? I already made a lore on Samurai Remnant. Yamato Takeru. You don't like waifus, you like friends? Hey, Jens, how you doing? Yes, Takeru. I was trying to think of the other name.
He then gave you a map of the outside world far beyond the Ark. Am I missing anything?
Nope.
Putting aside the obvious, which is that none of this makes any logical sense.
Nope. It sure don't.
There was no way of knowing the veracity of the map.
You can be friends with waifus, though.
So I asked Burning Gum to verify its credibility. He got back to me with his findings an hour ago. It can be trusted. That's what I was told. The central government has long held intel pertaining to the outer reaches of the surface.
Why wouldn't you give that to me in the first place, goddammit?
The only issue was that we couldn't confirm certain details, and thus were unable to proceed with exploration. Anyway, when we compared the layout of this map to the current intel...
Mountain Blades, a series of warfare games set in the fictional enemies toward realism, and there's no magic. Yeah, but what type of game? Like, what genre? What gameplay style?
There was a 90...
And what the hell does it have to do with Toho?
Multiple environmental scientists and terrain experts were also consulted to compare it with past data.
Wow.
They also came to the conclusion that this map can be relied on. Not only did you reclaim some of the surface...
You're doing something
but you
big?
managed to obtain a credible map of the outside world without lifting a finger. That's remarkable.
I'm just doing my job.
Now, moving on.
Ha!
Starting today, the Commando Squad will focus on missions related to surface...
So is the audio okay for all you guys now that there's more active people in chat?
First, we will dub the site you reclaimed Reclamation Site 01 and provide support both in terms of supplies and personnel. We have already started construction of an elevator that will connect the Ark with Reclamation Site 01. That site is to be your base of operations, from where you will explore the surface based on the information provided on this map.
Yeah, okay, so we're not getting a new Musashi. We're getting, yeah, Takeru and Yui Shosetsu. That one I'm excited for. I'll probably roll for Yui. I'm a little too loud? Okay, I thought it was the opposite. Surprising. Let me try to adjust that a little bit. Turn myself down. It's action combat. And there's a Toho-themed total conversion mod called Toho Gensokyo Warfare available for Mountain Blade Warband. Well, action combat sounds pretty vague. Do you control a character on screen, or is it like tactics or strategy? Is the Samurai Remnant what we're getting right after this current event ends? Which I've got to say is probably like one of my least favorite events. It is so fucking boring. And a sausage fest. Oh, next event... Okay, so the Lilim Harlot is coming out soon. That's what I was expecting.
Anything you find will be of help.
That one's important to the story, right? So I was gonna probably stream that. I guess that means next week I'll be streaming it, yeah?
All I ask is that you keep your eyes peeled for anything and everything that will help aid the Ark.
I'm worried that the search area is too broad.
In that case, let's proceed starting from the closest area. Let's see. The site in closest proximity to Reclamation Site 01 is... the Crystal region. At the risk of sounding overly simplistic, my hope is that we'll be able to secure some minerals. I'll be sending the appropriate personnel to lend you assistance in searching this area. You'll also require a designated operator to support you.
Is it a third-person shooter or something?
However, as you're well aware, the Ark is going through a bit of a rough patch.
No kidding.
While I may not be able to send a lot of personnel, I should be able to organize a small elite team for you.
Understood.
One more thing. We plan on digitizing this map in the central government's database. Any objections?
Nope. I do, however, want one thing to be made clear. The finding of that map, along with the forming of Reclamation Site 01, are my accomplishments.
Yes. Don't worry about that.
I want status in the Ark so that I can protect my fellow Nikkes, damn it.
Are you planning on visiting the Reclamation Site now?
Yes. I think it'd be best to get the ball rolling on this as soon as possible.
Very well. Upon your return to the Ark, we will have a celebration in your honor. I will prepare everything.
That really isn't
I
necessary.
don't think you quite realize the gravity of what you've accomplished. This is something not a single person has been able to pull off in nearly a century. It's a deed worthy of commendation. So soak it in.
Very well. Thank you.
You should head out.
Okay, Jens. Appreciated. Feel free to lurk. What happened to Dorothy? The pilgrim, I mean.
All quiet on that front. I've agreed to give them a low-tier TV channel in the Ark, and in return, they'll be providing us with all manner of knowledge pertaining to their skills. Nothing else has really transpired, to the point where it's almost too quiet. It's somewhat disconcerting.
Understood. Alright, I'll be off.
Ah, yes. There's one last thing I'd like to ask.
What's that?
Do you desire power? I understand that you've achieved some great things. Most of all, this latest accomplishment of yours. You've excelled in everything you do leading up to this.
Nope, I have not seen the new Power Ranger anime thing. I've been watching a new show called Apothecary Diaries. I guess it's not that new, because it's like on its second season, but my god, I got hooked. That show is so good. I very recommend it to anybody. Anybody. Okay, Ezra, yeah, I get it. I'd have to see like a trailer or something.
However, I can't help but find it a bit strange. I never pegged you for the ambitious type.
If an opportunity presents itself, I'd be a fool not to take it, wouldn't I?
You're not after power. You're after something else. Tell me.
I want to bring Marion back to the Ark, and I need the authority to let that happen. If I have to move further up the ladder to accomplish that, so be it.
I see. That won't be easy. You'll face no small amount of opposition. Such things are inevitable in the Ark if authority is what you're after. However, if your mind is set on that, then I will do everything I can to help.
Hell yeah, Anderson.
Just don't be reckless.
God, it's crazy what the voice acting industry is suffering through right now because of all these SAG-AFTRA strikes and stuff. Voice actors are just getting replaced left and right for the English market. I think we already said that Anderson got replaced. You can see it in some of the events flashbacks. Right now, he's still got his old voice for these cutscenes, but there's going to be a switch that comes along soon. And there's that whole ordeal with Lycon in Zenless Zone Zero getting replaced, but not finding out until after the update came out and there was somebody else playing his voice. On one end, I understand why that would be totally fucked up to find out that you've been replaced like that, but at the same time, I also know that if you're not willing to voice the character, and he's going through a major story arc in a live service game that needs to get the ball rolling, that of course they're going to replace you. You're not that valuable to them when they design a character. They need somebody who's willing to hop into the studio whenever they have new content. It must be pretty chaotic. Which is crazy, so... yeah, I feel bad for that. But apparently the dude said, I was totally willing to work, and nobody contacted me. Maybe they just didn't want anything to do with him because he's affiliated with the strike in any capacity. Which is crazy. I just wonder what the communication is and all that.
Yes?
I've been wondering for some time now. Why are you always going out of your way to help me?
Helping those new to the game is instinctual for old warhorses like myself. And I like my stories to have happy endings.
And I'm working with a lot of your former Nikke. And you were always a good guy.
Let's see.
Mashu altar? No, is that actually a thing?
We've organized all the supplies that were sent up. The accommodation and other living quarters are all in place.
Pretty sure I would have noticed that.
I think we've covered just about everything that needs doing.
Thanks for putting all the hard work in.
I barely did anything. The ones who had to transport this stuff are the real hard workers.
I'm gonna look that up right now, and if I don't find it, I'm gonna... well, no, just kidding. I'm gonna be upset. Mash, alter, FGO, Type it in, and no. I'm not seeing a damn thing about that. There's a fandom page for a Shielder altar. Oh, wait. Okay. What event? This isn't the typical... It's a fanon thing, so it's not real. It's a fan creation. It is a fan-made creation.
Preach, sister! Manual labor is the really tough part. I've been meaning to ask you, Shifty. Will you be helping us from now on? Yes! I've been officially appointed as a dedicated operator for the Commando Squad. I've worked alongside you all before, and I performed exceptionally well in the recent standardized operator exams. You're not actually going to be joining us in person, are you? No. It's still too dangerous up on the surface. If it weren't for the Ark, our job prospects as operators would be quite limited. Of course, you all have managed to do just fine without much outside assistance. But having a dedicated operator can make a world of difference. I memorized the map the commander brought, and I've assessed all the potential scenarios that might pose a risk. Naturally, since we are exploring uncharted territory, there is a high chance that something unexpected will occur. Even verbal support from my end could be a lifesaver during any unexpected situations. Also, perhaps most importantly, I can handle most of the commander's administrative tasks.
Wow.
That certainly got your attention. But I thought
Do my work for me.
tasks for you.
No, I'm not following Pokemon Horizons. And I saw your message, Ezra.
Not all of them. Just
Like I
most of
said,
them.
now's just not the time. I'll
Actually-
look at it later.
My apologies, Commander. Bad joke.
Anyway, I won't be getting in your way, so don't worry.
Alright, I'll leave it to you then.
Now that things are all set, I guess we just wait until the support troops arrive? Yes, they should be arriving soon.
Can you give us any additional information on them?
There are 3 members in total due to arrive. 1 each from Pathfinder, Hammer and Drill, and Electric Shock. What? Those are squads specializing in courier services, mining, and hardware development. I thought we were supposed to be getting help from the Scouts, Matisse, and Absolute.
Oh yeah, I forgot the latest Nikke story, like, finally gives Anise a frickin' backstory. We know more about her than ever before now.
Allow me to explain.
Like, I won't do it on stream, but I'll check it out later.
Commander, 10 o'clock direction.
Have I seen Fairy Tale? I've seen bits and pieces. A signal
I
flare?
presume those would be the support troops. They must have encountered raptures on the way.
Let's go.
Darn, there are too many of them.
So here are some new Nikke.
All the raptures in the vicinity must have been alerted by these ones.
I'm sorry. I tried to be careful, but apparently it didn't work.
Didn't we say we were gonna get off somewhere safe and hoof it for the rest of the journey?
Oh, that's right. Sorry, it completely slipped my mind.
Obviously, I want Liverin to be added to the game as a playable character. No, I haven't followed any Marvel comics in a long time. If at all, really. The thing I think is weird with Liverin, though, is her navel is way too high up. It should be a little closer to her waistline at this point, around the belt line of her pants. That's just not where it is on the human body.
You should have heard yourself, Hammering. You were sawing logs like nobody's business.
Then we got Elig here. A lot of people seem to like her. They like the chubby girl. Me, less so. But to each their own, I suppose. She was very heavily involved in one of the cooler events in Nikke, which hinted at what the Ark uses as a power source. But we didn't cover that on my live streams yet.
Huh. I was?
She's obsessed with basically her world's equivalent of Doom, which of course she calls Boom, and she likes to install it on everything and play, you know, Boom on everything. Surprised you haven't watched more Fairy Tail. A good chunk of the waifu are right up your alley. Oh yeah, lots of great waifu in Fairy Tail, no doubt about that. For me, I think it's just the it's way too long for one, and the animation is just really not that great. The production values are paper thin to get the show as long as possible. Hi Haggis, how you doing? Been a while.
I usually don't snore, but I guess I got comfortable.
You lost your FGO account because of a hack, though? How did that happen? Like, what did that look like? You log in, and or you try to log in, and it says you don't have an account anymore? Like, how do you know it's hacking?
That's probably why the Raptures came running.
Was it really that bad?
No, it wasn't.
Why didn't you wake me up?
I kept saying we should, but Liverin was all like, no, we shouldn't do that, and stopped me. And look where we are now.
I'm sorry.
Don't apologize. I take it as a point of pride that you felt so comfortable on Blue Hurricane.
You had your birthday on the 13th. Congratulations, and a belated happy birthday to you.
You
You're
also
20.
must have been really pooped
Nice.
to be able to fall asleep while we're up on the surface. It's all good.
Okay.
That was back when I was in college when I was 20.
I'm sensing
Interesting.
an opening in the ranks at 4 o'clock.
Can't believe it's been so long.
Hammering, can you bust through it?
Being all the way back up to Lost Belt 1 means you've covered a lot of ground, though.
You bet I can.
I'm gonna pound these chumps into dust.
Hammering hurls herself toward the Raptures.
Shouldn't we take it easy? We fired off the signal flare, so help should be coming soon.
If it means taking out more raptures, then I'm all for her doing her thing.
Is that how you feel?
Yes? Sorry, I didn't mean to be argumentative.
Don't worry about it.
I'm glad you think I sound young. I am 35.
When can we expect the counters anyway? I feel like it's been a while since we
It's just
got
hard to
off
believe.
that
It's like,
plan.
shit, I got like 15 years up on you?
Based on our distance from Reclamation Site 01, if they're operating on an ordinary response time...
I don't feel like I've changed much as a person since then, as far as
Should be visible
my
right
interests
about
at
now.
least. As a Kill la Kill fan, I know brief quality is infinitely better than long-lasting crap, even if... I mean, I wouldn't go so far as to say it's crap necessarily, but it'll do a million times like the thing where a character goes in to attack, they're like, ah, and they wind up their swing, then the animation cuts to like a blank screen and like a sword slash effect. And then it cuts back to the character having finished their slash, and all of a sudden the enemies just go, ugh, and fall over. That kind of thing. Well, 35, yeah, well, young... The older you get, the more you tell other people who are younger than you that they are young, but then it's still crazy to not be the hip crowd or whatever the hell. Space Ereshkigal, yeah, I knew about her.
Rapture spotted. Visual confirmation on 3 Nikkes.
How'd they manage to get themselves completely surrounded? Let's hurry and rescue them. You're good at this.
It's what I do.
thanks for saving our necks back there. Are you the counters? Nice to meet you.
Senti?
Oh, you know Senti? She's my role model.
Senti's awesome.
Not surprising.
Thank you. You really got us out of a jam.
You guys sure are good at fighting. You really live up to your reputation.
Shifty, please confirm their identity.
Okay, just a moment. Could you all look at the screen for a moment?
Because you can find, like, hot anime chicks in pretty much anything. Whether it's just, like, scrolling through Twitter and people's fan art. AI can pump out tons of anime chicks like that. So at that point, I look for a little more discernment in the media I'll actually latch on to.
Yes, just for 3 seconds.
Something like the story, animation quality is a big one.
Ow! Oh, that hurts my eyes.
You better familiarize yourself with electronic devices.
It's not like I don't try. I just can't get used to them.
Done. These
It's
are
funny
the 3
hearing that
choices.
from essentially a robot girl.
Okay, thank you. I'm Rappy, and this is Anise and Neon. We're from the Counter Squad.
Oh, trust me. We know your names. You guys are super famous. What an honor to finally meet the Counters in person.
Well, I don't think getting along will be much of an issue with us.
Could you give us your names and affiliations?
I'm Liverin from Pathfinder. Inside the Ark, I'm usually in charge of deliveries. But for this exploration mission...
The
I'll be
new
in charge of
AI
navigation.
YouTuber? I knew about Neuro-sama.
But we have a map.
The map is only meant to be used as a guideline. I presume she'll be determining which specific routes we take based on it.
I have heard about the thing. Apparently, and I guess I'm not 100% sure, I've got a bit of a mixed take, because Rev brought it up on his videos. Basically, this idea that Texas passed a bill that modifies the existing stuff on what we call, like, explicit material depicting minors or whatever, to add more AI-generated content to the list of restrictions, essentially. Which, fair enough. I've seen a lot of AI being used to make, like, ridiculous amounts of not just lully stuff, but like characters that shouldn't be. I can understand, like, someone being attracted to, like, Shinobu from Monogatari, but, like, watching not videos, but, like, AI pictures of, like, Anya taking it up the butt from, like, Spy Family, I'm like, dude, no. Why are you into that? That's messed up. Where it starts to be called, like, toddler con, and you're just like, Jesus. But the capacity for even more photorealistic stuff is far more concerning. And so Texas is trying to up the game on banning photorealistic depictions of children with AI and stuff like that. But as Rev was saying, a lot of it's fear-mongering. It's not going after the anime that we like, because the restrictions in the law still state that the depictions have to be virtually indistinguishable from a real person. And, like, literally no anime character has ever matched that. So it's interesting. I still feel like probably the bigger problem with this is if you give them an inch, they'll take a mile. So maybe right now they're not going after the anime, but they're definitely getting their teeth and fangs in there deeper to try and do it. And so I do think it's worth being slightly concerned. But no, I don't think all of a sudden tons of legitimate products being sold in America would suddenly be like a felony charge to own. That would be nuts, like Dress Up Darling or something like that. Which is good, because my next Waifu Files is going to be Dress Up Darling. It's available to early access users on either this channel or the Waifu Files one as well. You can watch it right now.
She'll also be formulating potential escape routes in case of any emergencies.
Wow, impressive. I was wondering how to explain why a delivery driver is perfect for this mission. And you just nailed it. Thanks, you guys are the real deal.
Thanks.
I'm Hammering, from the Hammer and Drill Squad. If you're gonna be exploring the Crystal region, then you don't want to be without a miner like myself.
Speaking of miners, no, just kidding. Different kind of miner, damn it. But as far as like the AI depictions of like kids and such are concerned, it's tricky because I guess the AI would learn to make those photorealistic pictures by training it on pictures of real kids. Does that mean you're also training it on just general pictures of kids, like stuff you'd find on like Shutterstock or stock photos? Or would it be actual CSM, whatever, the CP, you know, if it's based off of that? And it's like, if you trained it off of that, then obviously, yeah, it should be banned. Because that's like the same as possessing the actual CP in itself. Don't do it. Actual kids were harmed in the creation and distribution of that work. But yeah. I'm going to probably stream Lilith Harlot next week, as soon as I know exactly when it's available. So yeah, I plan to do that. Well, I keep telling people, the right is not your solution to the woke left. If you care about anime, then neither one of those parties is your friend, and you have to be a centrist
Whether
by
it's
nature.
busting up obstacles or mineral analysis, I'm your man.
Because it turns out being in true
Not exactly
defense
the
of creative freedom.
name. Is the other member's name Drilly?
I only brought it up because it was a pretty big deal going around on the internet for a while.
Huh? How'd you know?
March Madness. I don't have anything like especially planned though, but I'm enjoying myself. Lots of fun games. Back-to-back JRPGs. Nikke had its own update recently with Silver Soldier Ambi. It's cool to learn about Ambi's backstory and whatnot. And I want to get the character Trigger, but she doesn't have her banner just yet.
Talk about a lack of imagination. I'm Eleg from the Electric Shock Squad. My forte is anything related to electronic devices. Are we expected to run into lots of electronics where we're going? You never know. Don't forget that humans used to reign supreme on the surface. I see. There could be a lot of old facilities and stuff like that hanging around. Precisely. How cool would it be if I waltzed into a factory, worked my magic, and got it back up and running again?
Wowee! Even imagining it gets me all excited.
You think so? Alright.
I tend to follow the official FGO accounts and JP and stuff, as well as Cars on social media. So if Cars doesn't post updates about FGO, then I don't see them yet, probably.
Now that we're finished with the
Or any of the memesters I follow on social media.
I'll brief you on the upcoming operation there. During the exploration mission, Liverin, Hammering, and Eleg will become temporary members of the Commando Squad.
Yee-hoo!
The commander will retain command as usual. Your goal is to explore what we are referring to as the Crystal Region. As you can tell from the name, it is a place covered with mysterious crystals. The area is quite extensive, so there is a high chance it might take some time for us to fully explore it. However, spending too much time exploring at this stage is not ideal. So, you'll be conducting a cursory investigation.
What are we looking for while we're there?
Other than rough topographical formations, the map doesn't provide any specific information. So we're short on details at the moment. However, Considering the nature of the area, collecting the crystals would make the most sense. Even so, they should not be harvested recklessly without prior consideration. Only collect the crystals that you deem pose no risk.
And how do we assess the risk?
I'll handle that. Minerals and I get along swimmingly. One glance is all I'll need to tell you if it's dangerous or not.
Hammering has an interesting voice. It's very nasally.
You look like someone who could do that sort of thing. So, in summary,
A character from FGO is getting an update.
you are to explore it as wide an area as possible. And if it is determined that there is no risk, you will collect some crystals and return to the base. That's all.
Sounds simple enough.
I honestly thought it'd be something way more out there.
It's gonna be more hardcore than you think, Anise.
Since this is an unknown area, even the central government is exercising caution. The other reason for increased wariness is due to how each of you are very important and valuable personnel. Gosh, what a compliment!
It's a little weird how the tanned Nikke's name's an adverb. Hammering. I don't know if I'd call that an adverb necessarily, because it's not describing the action, it's the action itself. It's just present tense verb, the infinitive of the verb.
Yes.
One more thing before you leave. What is it? You must leave a minimum of 2 squad members at Reclamation Site 01.
What?
As a contingency plan, I presume?
That, and other reasons, yes. In theory, the optical camouflage is a dependable safety measure. But this is the first time we're using it out in the field. You might encounter new variations of raptors who can see through the optical camouflage. It's also imperative that you are able to tend to any members.
But it is still a
who
weird
are not in the
name.
group during your search.
My name's Hammering.
If this place is left unattended, you'll be caught with your pants down if anything unexpected were to crop up.
Who should stay?
And I will stay.
You volunteered, huh?
Of course, I'd prefer that all of us go together, but this is the situation we're in. Besides, these 3 have been dispatched here due to their proficiency in exploration. We, on the other hand, have no such skills in that particular area. And unlike Rappy, we're not incredible at everything we do.
%90 of all adverbs end in ly, like quickly or slowly, to describe how you would do something. Hammering, you can't do that. She ran hammering. She ran hammeringly. That doesn't describe anything, you know what I'm saying?
Neon.
So it makes the most sense for the 2 of us to stay.
Well, this is awkward.
All the characters are getting new models. I have not heard such an update at all.
Huh?
Neon's right. Fighting is what she and I excel at. We'll stay here and hold down the fort. You all stay safe out there and come back, you hear? If anything happens, shoot us a message or fire off a signal flare. Okay?
Okay.
Commander, please don't say anything more and just go. Please?
And he slightly pushes me towards the door.
Oh, be careful, everyone.
That's enough from you two. Go and get your things. We're going together. This is unexplored territory for us. I wouldn't dream of going there without you.
But what if things go south here? This is an important place.
Shifty, can I entrust you with monitoring this place?
I figured this was what would happen.
You have to say, gift Disney naked movies live action, it's really bad. That just sounds like a splurge of, like, buzzwords. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Fine. as much support as usual. Will that be okay?
Yeah, it's okay.
Very well then. Leave it to me.
Are you sure about this? This is the first piece of land we've managed to reclaim in a century.
Are you trying to say Disney is making too many live-action movies that aren't as good as they used to be?
It'd be a real waste if we lost it again.
I know you're using a Google Translate, so I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. It's just hard to understand what you're at. Like, it's crazy how, like, even the slightest change in a word can completely rechange the meaning of your sentence.
So cool.
Huh? What did you say?
Anise, Neon, get ready as quickly as possible. We're going as a team.
I mean, they've hit a brand new low with Snow White, where literally nobody... Okay, never mind. They're hitting a new low with the Lilo and Stitch live action. Apparently, there was a poster for the film. I don't know if it's a real poster, but it was going around on social media. It was Stitch chewing on the magic lamp from Aladdin, and it said, "Nobody wished for this." And that's like the promo poster for Lilo and Stitch live action. It's like, yeah, nobody asked for this stupid movie, so there's kind of a strange irony there.
Some rest. I'll be ready in a jiffy. I'll be sure to pack lots of snacks too. According to the map, the area with the crystals is not too far from here. That doesn't mean, however, that it's necessarily close. Liverin will determine the route and guide you.
Calling it a route is a bit generous. We'll just be doing some light walking.
I have a question. When we're up on the surface, aren't we typically part of a squad?
Yeah, usually.
But you came up all alone.
Hey, you're right. That is a bit unusual. Is there any special reason for that?
My colleague Drilly is currently working a long-term gig. It's part-time, but the pay is out of this world, which you don't see every day. So she can't up and quit. If she requested to take time off, she might not be able to come back to that job.
You're telling me a part-time
You're getting a
job
PC
is
tomorrow.
important to
Cool.
this mission?
Are you excited?
Yep.
I don't understand.
What about you, Alec? Why did you come along?
The Electric Shock Squad isn't really a tight-knit group. All of our areas of expertise are different, and none of us have particularly good social skills. So, we operate alone whenever possible.
What are you going to use it for?
If we were to attempt to move together, it would only become more chaotic. I can understand where you're coming from.
It was total pandemonium whenever I used to move around with both Matisse and Absolute. They were always talking. So much that I had to set them straight.
That's rich coming from
Xbox,
you.
PlayStation, PC, Switch. They're only as good as the games that are on them. And if you're planning to use the computer for other things like editing or whatnot, then a PlayStation can't do that, or a home console can't do that.
Me? Sorry to disappoint, but I'd rather not say. It's rather personal. I hope you don't mind.
That's fine.
VR chat, huh? That's
You
cool.
don't need to share anything you're not comfortable with.
We could hang out in VR chat sometime. Did all three of you volunteer for this job?
Yes. We talked a lot on the way here. I don't remember all the details, but suffice to say that the going is getting tough for every one of us. One small misstep, and we might be headed straight to the scrap heap.
What are you talking about?
There's no work to go around.
The Hammer and Drill Squad specializes in mining.
Correct. The only thing is that all the available ore veins nearby and natural resources have been extracted.
I will not buy the Switch 2 unless it gives me definitive proof that it will greatly improve the quality of older Switch titles. And if so, it's a real pain in the ass that Xenoblade Definitive X, launched way ahead of the Switch 2, because I would almost rather play it on that, because, yeah, the jump from the Wii U to the Switch isn't that substantial. And there would have to be, like, really good original content. I mean, as long as new Xeno shit is coming out on the consoles, I'll eventually get the Switch too, I suppose. But I'm not exactly hyped about it. Namely because I feel it's a necessary way for the console to catch up to what other consoles are already working with. Are you allowed to post links in chat? I don't think so. You could try, but I think it'll try to block it. Which one is my favorite game? Oh, that's a tricky one. It's very tricky, and you're forgetting Xenoblade 3 in there as well. But, I feel like Xenoblade X is probably one of my favorites in terms of gameplay. Story-wise, I think I prefer the first Xenoblade.
Groups like Mighty Tools focus on construction, so they're fine. There are always old buildings that need to be demolished and rebuilt. But the same can't be said for us. Once a mine has been tapped, that's the end of the story. In fact, there was a time our squad didn't have a single task for an entire month. We could disappear into thin air and it wouldn't make a difference.
So that's why the part-time gig is so important to Drilly.
Exactly.
So you volunteered for this because you needed a job?
Correct again. New lands mean new work opportunities.
It's crazy that if you're a Nikke and there's no work, they'll just scrap you. That's fucked up. I mean, it's basically like murder.
On top of that, a region which is rich in crystals is a place where a mining expert like me could really flourish. I'll be able to eat the finest food and buy the latest power tool models. That's why I volunteered.
It's always stressful when work dries up.
Have you also had times when work was hard to come by?
Me? Oh, yes. We're a transportation squad. But in truth, we're little more than glorified delivery drivers. These days, that work falls to delivery robots and drones. They don't make any human errors, and they do it safely and quickly. There's no reason to continue using us, where there's the chance of an occasional slip-up.
Any Nikke they want to scrap that's as hot as these chicks should just come join my party. We always need more combat units.
Everyone always talks about how machines are going to take our jobs away, but I never expected it to happen to me. Then again, we're machines too, so I guess it's machines taking away another machine's job.
All the same, you seem to be doing pretty well for yourself.
Are you kidding?
Do you know what graphics card you're gonna have?
You'd be hard-pressed to find as penurious a Nikke as me.
But your scooter seems to be maintained pretty well. And you're always wearing the latest fashions. You're decked out head to toe in clothing that's both fashionable and serves a purpose. Hey, you're right! Isn't that a new top from Octopus?
Consider it a business investment. If we dress like bums, we'd get even fewer delivery jobs.
Is this how delivery drivers are? They look like they'd be working out at the gym. It even says sport on it.
The money for this investment.
Admins to hire? No. Certainly can't afford anything like that.
There are still
Hey,
some
Three Dark,
people who
how
don't
you
want to
doing?
entrust their deliveries to robots. Loyal customers of mine.
I don't get it. Why use you when robots are objectively better?
Well...
It doesn't make any sense.
Hold on. I feel vibrations. Shifty.
Raptures detected up ahead. That was impressive, Rappy. Yeah, totally amazing. Super duper amazing.
Yeah, I see your human sacrifice thing, I guess.
Commander, I recommend that we aim for a preemptive strike.
I don't know how much it applies to this current circumstance in the game, but I'll leave it to you.
Roger.
Whoa.
Hi, welcome to the stream. I'm doing alright. Life's been getting kinda hard lately, but I'm hanging in there.
Amazing, right? Feels like we're a band of rapture hunters.
Impressive. I've gone up against a few raptures in my time, but you guys are on another level.
I'm not going to be forgetting that anytime soon, I can tell you that much.
Okay, okay. You're all making me blush. I'll only allow further compliments for the next 5 minutes.
I'm fairly optimistic,
We've been through a lot.
as much as somebody can who has generalized anxiety disorder.
You're the ones who defeated the members of Exotic.
Too much pressure! Ah, Jesus!
You also bested the heretics. Seems like you really excel in cooperative battles as well.
Although a lot of times human sacrifices, they think of it as like, I mean, even though the person being sacrificed doesn't necessarily want it, it seems to be branded as like a virtuous way to die.
What are you bringing all that up for?
Like a noble cause.
Nothing. It's just they seemed practically invincible.
Of course we're good at joint battles. We're good at everything. Especially Anise.
I'm roofing for you!
She goes by
Does that mean you're
fighting
drugging up on me?
Don't mess with the bull or you'll get the horns.
Anise is funny as shit.
Anyway.
Her voice is great.
Never answered my question, Liverin.
Huh?
You know.
Is Holmes
why
coming
ask
back?
Nikke to handle
I don't
delivery
know.
When a robot could do it.
Can we just move on from this?
Sorry, no can do. We're on this mission together, and I want to know.
It's because robots are incapable of flattery.
Huh?
They don't provide happy endings for their clients.
Many of our clients are high-ranking individuals. We deliver the requested items and make the handoff as dramatic as possible. We also read from the script that the client dictates. This is from so-and-so. May it be of assistance to you in your time of need.
Robots can say that shit too these
Stuff
days.
like that. People are always pleased to get gifts like this, and they usually end up gushing about this and that as a result. When that happens, it's up to us to do our best and match that energy. Because our clients are all high on the totem pole, it pays quite well.
And there are a lot of people who want this sort of thing.
Like, society doesn't get anything by scrapping a Nikke. It's just getting rid of what they would consider waste. Whereas a sacrifice is something that's necessary to, like, I don't know, bring the sun to come back or something, that kind of stuff.
Oh, many. A whole lot. There are a lot of people in the Ark with...
I wouldn't mind
kind of
seeing
money on
Musashi
their
in the
hands
story
and are
again.
Craving a bit of excitement. It's because of them that we're able to maintain...
They've
our
resurrected
vehicles
dumb
and
characters
repair
for
them
worse
as close as
situations. Or they've had more ridiculous reasons for bringing certain characters back.
I see.
Anyway, I'd like to hear your story too, Alec. Considering that we're on this mission together, I'd like to know more about you as well.
Well played.
I didn't mean anything by it. I just want to be a good listener, that's all.
The Electric Shock Squad specializes in electronic devices with a particular focus on hardware production and maintenance. I'm in charge of energy efficiency and energy...
Well, right now we're
utilization.
playing through chapter 27, the story, but I've actually gotten... I'm in the newer chapters of the actual game. Up to finding out about Anise's old job, as it were, if you know what I'm talking about.
Ark is currently lacking in many things. And energy is no exception. I volunteered to come up here and try to figure out a way to resolve the energy crisis. Who knows? These crystals might end up proving to be a good catalyst. Does that answer your question?
16 gig of RAM, it's not bad. 1 terabyte SSD, not bad. Heap of ports, that's good. Let's assume a 4070. Okay, yeah, that's a good graphics card. Fuck yeah. Like, you get a better graphics card than me. I've got more RAM than you, but yeah.
Fine.
Oh yeah? No chocolates for Agravane?
I should have known that a professional like you would have had a
I did get Red Hood Rappy. Namely because I feel like,
Not at all similar to a
meta-wise, you kind of need certain characters like that. I don't know if she's as game-changing as Red Hood,
Just met and they're
but-
already getting on like a house on fire.
like regular Red Hood.
Maybe so.
What is badly white now? Huh?
If that's how you read it, I'm happy for you.
Right.
An anime set in the fictional world, and it's Bronze Age.
You should have visual context.
I don't know. If the story's good, I wouldn't mind where it's set, I suppose.
Exercise extreme caution.
Roger.
Oh, boy, my heart is pounding.
I don't really know enough about what's in the ordeal calls themselves, other than one seems to be like kind of like a simulation where the characters are like in modern day school setting. That one seems kind of interesting. Like going to school with Jalter or whatever it was. What's your thought on the Eva second collabs? Honestly, I think it was totally unnecessary. I mean, the game's always got back-to-back events, so there's usually more than enough content for me as it is, but it's one of those stories where I just completely skip. I'm just like, yeah, we didn't need the Eva event. The minigame was kind of fun. The story was dumb. Like, any of the collab events on Nikke just don't work for me, because the characters are totally lacking in personality, I guess. Their original personalities.
I feel like my core is going to burst.
Like, if it's laggy, let me check my, where's my data? You should be able to tell me. What is this? Get help. Dashboard? Oh, nope, that's not what I want. Where can I get info on, like, dropped frames and shit? That's what I want to see. Recordings highlighter, App Store, overlays, Studio, no. On the old OBS, I know where it is. Oh, what is this? Open performance window. Okay, that's how you do it. Yeah, no. 0 dropped frames this entire time. Favorite Marvel character? I guess Iron Man. Well, the Stellar Blade one, they might have something really cool for, because they actually own the right license to that character, and they can probably do something that feels a bit more official. All the mini-games are pretty fun, I'll give them that.
I feel the same.
There it is.
Sometimes it just needs a refresh. Or the internet sucks. What seems to be a massive condensed pillar of light is piercing through the ground and soaring up into the air. It seems like it's going to be a pretty decent computer. Although the concentration of the crystals is rather sporadic and not particularly dense, they nevertheless emit a near blinding luminescence. I feel kind of stupid because I bought a prefab computer from Dell, and it had a good setup at the time, but it's all designed for a casing that's fairly small, which means I can't really update to a graphics card, period, because it's hindered by the power supply and the actual physical space in the case. So it just sucks. I guess like the next computer I go for, I'll have to be more cognizant of customization. I mean, I like Intel processors, so I don't think that's an issue. I don't care for Ahsoka Tano. I thought she looked kind of ugly, personally. That must be it.
Ellen, run an analysis on the local vicinity.
Will do.
Ellie pokes at her tablet.
No toxins present. Appropriate oxygen levels. No unidentified components. Nothing especially noteworthy, except for the fact that the alpha particle concentration is remarkably low.
All right. You're
Well, I
up,
mean, she's an
Emily.
alien chick of some sort.
Gotcha.
Hammering walks forward and stands in front of a crystal.
Looks like an ordinary crystal to me. It's awfully dense. Not terribly dissimilar from quartz.
Yeah, I wish I had a more powerful graphics card. I'm actually hitting the limit of what I can do on 4K renders and stuff. I don't know what happened, but all of a sudden, it started to overheat and was crashing my game, my computer when I was trying to render out certain things. Basically, I've got my new dai-chan model, but then in DaVinci Resolve, they have what are called fusion effects. And you put them on, and one of the fusion effects I use is like just to put an outer stroke on my character, like an outline along everything they do, so they stand out more from the background. And for whatever reason, that was crashing my computer all of a sudden. I'm like, what? That wasn't doing that before. And so I updated the graphics card drivers and all these other things, and it didn't seem to help. You know, turning up the fan more can certainly help, but it's using 100% of the graphics card, and that's what's causing it to overheat, so it just means, like, a better graphics card would certainly help. Yeah, so it's just like, I'm surprised I'm hitting the limits of what it can do there.
But there's something strange. Everyone, come take a look.
What is it?
I don't know what you're saying about Star Wars.
Is it okay to get closer?
Enjoy your class. Have a good one.
It's fine. The exterior surface is extremely smooth, so I don't think there's any gas or liquids coming out of this thing.
Oh, you mean the
Just to be
Clone
safe,
Wars
though,
animated
Commander shouldn't get
series?
too
You're
close.
missing a couple words, but yes. I have not seen that show. I know people say it's good. We cautiously move toward the crystal. Once we're close enough, we immediately notice a certain cluster of crystals, which are distinctly at odds with the rest of the formation in the vicinity.
What an unusual pattern.
I don't think you need to worry about that, Haggis, until you look at the actual performance of the games. Like, if your fans are proving unable to keep the, you know, the thing cool, then that's a whole issue.
This reminds me of something. What was it called again? Damascus.
Is that some kind of curse?
I get it. Damascus. Very funny.
At least someone appreciates my joke.
I don't even know what you're talking about, Ezra.
A word of warning.
I've never heard of a
Don't
Valve
encourage her or else you'll
Fremont.
end up regretting it.
But it was funny, really.
Continue hammering.
Looking at its exterior, it resembles something you'd see in the quartz family.
It seems like it has some sort of light flowing through it.
Yes, there is some luminescence there.
Is it natural?
Hard to say.
This pattern. Do you think it resembles circuitry you'd find in a machine?
I was thinking the same thing. Should we take a moment to check?
It's like programmed crystal. It's pretty crazy. Dai-chan is too hot for the computer to handle. That'd be very funny. I would like to capture footage of her directly in 4K, because then I wouldn't have to do any upscaling. But then it starts to cause trouble for the motion capture and all that stuff. It becomes less accurate. So I'm like, shit, I had to find a consensus somewhere. I am asking it to do quite a lot at that point.
Electricity is flowing through it all right, and a whole lot of it.
Does that mean it's a machine?
The notion that electricity can only flow through man-made machines is a fallacy.
Because, yeah, I need a new graphics card. The 2070 Super is pretty old,
It
as far as
flows
I'm
through
concerned
living
now.
organisms as well.
This, however, doesn't appear to be a...
But if I need to upgrade my graphics card, I need to buy a whole new computer because the current setup I've got just won't fit a new graphics card of the newer sizes.
Interesting.
What do you mean Pokemon Move song? What is Pokemon Move?
What is it?
The tablet just shut off.
The battery ran out?
Why didn't you charge it earlier?
Hammering sounds like Robin from Teen Titans.
Just a second.
She does have like a nasally type voice. I don't know why Pokemon Move. You keep saying Pokemon Move. That's not a thing that I'm aware of.
Too.
A gaming PC Valve's working on that can be plugged in and played on like a home console. That's cool, but I still need a fully functioning computer that can do all the other stuff.
Nope, that's about it.
Well, I can buy a set from somebody. Like, I'm not the best at like making
I was
PCs,
gonna collect a sample.
but I could certainly... Well, I guess there are some things I could salvage. Certainly the hard drives from this computer, the SSDs and stuff, I can extract.
How do we go about that?
I'll crack off a small piece from the end.
It's a bit primitive, but it'll get the job done.
You betcha.
Please, go ahead then.
I suggest you step back, Commander. In fact, stand behind me.
Can who turn Super Saiyan? Is that really necessary?
You never know. There could be gas trapped inside this. Pieces could go flying once I break it.
Pokemon ROM hack fusion. No, I've never heard of it. Have you thought of buying those built your own PC? Well, you can buy people who build the PC for you, like you could pay them, which is not a bad idea. Probably what I would do next time. You should have no problem playing a lot of games, Agus.
What are you doing?
I think you'll be pleased, is what I'm
makes more
saying.
sense for someone bigger to stand in front.
Then why don't you go behind hammering?
What about Dai-chan?
She's too close to the crystal. It's dangerous.
I'm working on the cel-shaded versions of Daikun, but it's going to take a little bit.
I'd take a few more steps back if I were you guys. Actually, hide behind cover. There's no telling what could be inside this thing.
Yeah, the problem with the pre-builds is even though they're a bit cheaper, they don't have as much longevity in terms of your ability to upgrade them.
It explodes.
And if it does, what'll happen to you?
I've got a sturdy
Oh, can
noggin.
Dai-chan turn Super Saiyan? No, I wouldn't want her hair to look all spiky like that.
If something goes wrong, just make sure my head stays intact.
Roger.
I don't know how good the Steam OS is as a computer itself. Like, I would prefer Windows,
All right.
even
I'm
though
going for it.
Windows isn't the best. At least everyone else uses it. It's one of those things. Hammering raises her hammer and lightly taps at the crystal.
Duh. It's much harder than I thought. This is way tougher than quartz. This is more like a diamond. All right. I'm gonna really give it some juice with this swing.
Just as Hammering is about to swing her hammer down.
Raptor detected. 400 meters.
God damn it.
Heading straight for you.
What? This feels like it was planned.
Don't engage in combat.
It's called Chaos Control.
You don't know what will happen if the crystal breaks.
Well, Chaos Control is very different from Kill la Kill,
Roger.
where we're like juggling totally new things. I'm not a big Dragon Ball fan, personally, so We don't need to go down that rabbit hole. I wouldn't even know what you're talking about.
Miss Hammering!
Did I ever tell you that I always wanted to be a baseball player?
Hammering focuses on the fragments, which are hurling towards the crystal, then swings the hammer with all her might. Is dai-chan a magical girl? It would be really fun to make like a transformation sequence a la Sailor Moon or something. That would be really fun to do. Hammering swing misses and the fragments of the raptor shatter the crystal and roll on the ground. Yeah, I did not like the Sonic live-action movies that much.
Looks like you'll have to keep dreaming, Hammering.
Anise, get behind me! No, you get behind me!
Everyone take cover!
It's too late. Get behind me, Commander.
Everyone get down!
Nothing's happening.
That startled me. Yeah, my glasses nearly fell off.
You might not be able to watch all the stream. Your charger port is still broken. And you're sick today. Aw, that's no good.
That really scared the heck out of me.
Guess we overreacted.
Guess so.
The problem, Ezra, is that it's cutting edge and doesn't necessarily have tried and true reputation. Once it's been around long enough and you're like, oh, okay. A lot of people are, you know, if you find out like other video editors and things are using this setup with, you know, great success, that would be one thing. But if not, then it's an issue. So you tend to want to find out what's going to work for you before you throw all your chips in on some experimental brand new tech.
What was that scream just a moment ago? Was that supposed to be some kind of signal?
Hard to say.
I'll check if any toxic substances were released when the crystal broke.
If you go to my channel, there is a playlist called Living with My Own Gender Bend, which describes the origin of dai-chan and stuff like that. I guess vtuber lore, if you want to put it. And yeah, it would seem that the closest thing dai-chan would be like a caster or something, or a mage. Elig connects the portable battery to the tablet.
I'm not picking up anything.
How does that thingamajig work anyhow?
It analyzes airborne particles. The range is somewhat narrow, but it's still quite useful.
Can you add that function to my glasses?
Depends. Are they traditional lenses?
I think the new Sonic movies are generally pretty fucking irreverent and ridiculous and just batshit insane.
No, they're display monitors.
I much prefer things like the Sonic OVA and such.
Really? Then it's worth a try. I'll get back to you on that.
Cool! Then I can have supervision.
I hope not. The last thing you need is another thing to prattle on about.
I'll take one of these broken pieces.
Hammering holds up a crystal fragment.
Not emitting any light.
You're right. If it's not coming from the circuitry, then where? No electricity is flowing through it either.
Still, we should take it back with us.
Are you sure? It feels compromised at this point, huh?
The crystal fragment Hammering's holding suddenly turns gray, then crumbles and disintegrates.
What the?
Jim Carrey just being a total spaz. Like, Jim Carrey's funny, but he's not Robotnik. That's not Robotnik. None of that feels like Robotnik. It's just like an excuse for Jim Carrey to be an absolute goofus, which that in itself can be fun, but is it Sonic? No. Not at all.
What happened?
Yeah, Bartholomew would love the hair covering the eyes.
Did you accidentally crush it?
With my bare hands? How could that be possible?
Let's try and pick up these other pieces a moment later. After attempting to break off other pieces of the crystal to take his samples, the pieces all disintegrate without exception. Hammering moves to take one of the crystalline fragments stuck in the ground, but eventually gives up when she finds it unwilling to budge even an inch. Seems there's not much else we can do at this point.
I think it'd be prudent to return and organize a separate investigation team.
Yeah, let's do that.
Just a moment. Can we head a little further inside? According to the map, there should be more crystals ahead.
I'm game.
Me too.
Are you sure it's not too dangerous?
It wouldn't hurt to
Is
take
it
a
safe?
peek. We might be able to obtain a proper sample inside.
We all came here because we needed the work. If we return empty-handed, we'll send in another team to investigate. Then we'll be left jobless yet again. We at least need to bring back a proper sample. Or some other kind of finding that will turn heads. If we go back like this, we'll just be labeled incompetent.
And I think Eggman's entire relationship with fucking the secretary guy who makes him like coffee or whatever is so
On a personal
cringy.
This is a completely new type of crystal we're dealing with. I'd hate to leave after just getting...
To me, it feels like bad localization. Or if you took Sonic and you were just as completely irreverent to any of the source material as humanly possible, and just jammed in celebrity cameos and other weird, goofy things.
Regardless of whether or not we collect a sample, don't you want to satisfy your curiosity?
Hmm?
I'm asking you. Please, don't make me beg. I don't want to keep living a servile life, where I'm at the mercy of the whims and fancies of other people. If I don't want this to be my last hurrah, I need to make a name for myself during this mission. Of course, that poses a risk, but anything is better than crawling back to the Ark and having to stroke other people's egos day in and day out. I'd rather die up on the surface than return to that.
And the worst part about it is just that Sonic himself is like super fucking annoying every time he opens his mouth.
In me. So please, I'm begging you. Let us explore a bit more.
He went from having an attitude to being a little brat. Rappy, how much risk does the crystal pose?
None, as far as we can tell. It's not toxic, isn't composed of any harmful substances, and doesn't pose any risk of explosion. At present, it's simply an ordinary crystal, albeit with peculiar patterning.
I mean, you're allowed to like it. I'm just saying why I don't like it. Let's continue the search. We're going deeper.
Roger.
I'll continue to provide backup.
I liked the Mario movie, actually. I feel like if they played a Sonic movie more straight to form like that, I would prefer it. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Everyone, over there!
Young Sonic? It could be, but they're doing Sonic Adventure 2 storyline.
Doesn't that look like a cluster of crystals to you?
Sure enough.
Let's go.
You got it.
Ellig and Hammering rush over.
Alex seems awfully enthusiastic all of a sudden.
Now that we know the crystal isn't dangerous, we can carry out our investigation without stepping on eggshells the entire time.
She's motivated. That's something you only get when your back's not against the wall.
But you seem even more motivated than her.
Me? Well, my motivation consists of avoiding the worst-case scenario, so I'd say it's closer to
Hello!
desperation.
Welcome to the chat.
Ellig, on the other hand, is driven by the pursuit of knowledge, so it's a bit different. from
And
her.
Saskia, I am reading your message, I just don't know enough about it. If it's something happening in JP, no, I'm not following it that closely.
Personally, I don't think desperation is necessarily a bad thing.
True. When you're between a rock and a hard place, you tend to push yourself.
Exactly.
Robotnik's grandpa? I mean, that was part of it. It was just all ridiculous shit. Him playing against himself and doing dances and weird shit. It's just like, what?
That's why we're coming along, to make sure no one stretches themselves too thin.
Like, it's fun to watch Jim Carrey just go crazy being Jim Carrey. That's what the merit of it is.
You're all far too kind to me.
There's a time and place for self-deprecation, and I don't think this is one of them.
I've been that way my entire life. It It's the only way I know how to communicate.
Were you like that when you were human?
I don't remember, but most likely.
Shadow was okay. I felt like his role in the story was pretty damn minimized, but it worked. I think Keanu Reeves was fine playing him.
People don't change. Not really.
If you really feel that way, I guess I won't be able to change your mind.
I presume you feel
The
that
stuff I'm
people
seeing in
can change?
FGO-JP just looks kind of boring. Like, oh, another... Like, for me, any new Japanese servants are usually pretty boring. It's just like, oh, here's another random chick in a kimono that you have to learn, like, all this weird shit about for her to have any relevance.
Yes. Always.
You talk as if you've experienced it.
Over here, guys!
Coming.
Only because we've done tons of that mythology already. They wanted to take us into a whole new country or something. Like, I can get the Lost Belt. It's like, okay, take me somewhere where there's dinosaurs and Mesoamerican shit. Like, that's fun. But it's like, we go back to Japan again. It's like, ay. Is Liverin setting off any alarm bells for you?
Yes. Despite her seemingly negative attitude, she is indeed interested in exploration. She's also the one who convinced us to continue with the search.
You think she's after something?
Definitely. Although, I'm not sure what that may be.
My favorite character in Sonic would probably just be Sonic, honestly. Other than the wild and crazy Princess Sarah from the OVA film, but she's like hardly a canon character.
Considering the recent incident with Exotic, I'd say it's well within reason to be wary.
Just saying we should be cautious.
Exactly. Everyone stay on your toes.
Roger.
Do you think Camazotz can get out of NPC jail? I feel like it might be a bit doubtful, but who knows? Elig and Liverin are in the midst of an area densely packed with crystals. In the center lies a broken rapture. It looks like it were intentionally placed on top of the crystals, and the limbs appear to still be convulsing.
Do you see this?
This is gruesome. Are you trying to figure out how this rapture died? You're made of tougher stuff than me.
Not that.
Look a little closer.
Is there something unusual?
Yes.
The rapture twitches, and after a while, the light in its core begins to diminish.
Unable to detect any signs of life.
This is a bit much.
It definitely isn't pleasant, that's for sure.
Elig, what are you...
I'm curious to play the modded version of Sonic 06 that people did. It's like a complete remake of the game that like doesn't suck. I'm like, that would be really cool. But I do think the game itself is fundamentally broken. Way too broken to be playable in a satisfying manner. Australia, huh? I don't know anything about Australian mythology.
What is this?
Which kind of makes it more appealing by default, because then I can learn.
I'm not sure. It did this before.
Did the crystal grow just now as well?
Yes.
Could it be using the rapture as nutrients?
I don't think so. Externally, at least, the rapture seems unharmed.
Could it be some kind of virus?
Potentially, one that reacts only to a rapture. Nothing happened to us when we touched it.
Does this mean we could weaponize this thing?
Shifty, report what you just saw.
How should I formulate the report?
Exclude any speculation and report exactly what you saw.
Understood.
The new map? I don't know what you're referring
Let's
to.
keep going. While we're at it, I should do some experiments. Hammering, can you help?
Of course.
I'll let you know what Miss Hammering and I have turned up so far. These crystals absorb the energy of anything they have physical contact with for an extended period.
If the crystal touches anything that has energy flowing through it, it'll suck it dry
Oh yeah, suck me dry, Crystal.
and proceed to expand. The reason for this expansion seems simple in that it allows them to occupy a wider surface area. Do you all recall how my tablet ran out of power before? It wasn't a charging issue. The crystals simply drain the energy from the tablet.
Do you have any evidence to support that theory?
I ran several experiments.
There are
with
lots of
backup
serpent
batteries
gods
and
in
got the same
mythology.
result each time, completely drained. I even touched the crystal myself, and sure enough, my core output dropped ever so slightly. If I had kept my hand on any longer, I would have ended up like our rapture.
Yeah,
from
especially if you're a
earlier.
furry and you're referring to Crystal the fox from Star Fox. Suck me dry.
You experimented using your own body? Your pursuit of knowledge is unmatched.
I did pay a price for it, however.
What do you mean? Elig shows us the palm of her hand.
Notice anything unusual?
Oh my goodness! What are all those holes in your hand?
How did you notice so quickly? Anyway,
Oh, Siyuin's still hanging out. She, was blamed very much responsible for a lot of the shit that happened with the Ark getting attacked by raptors. And as a result, Enoch, the sort of the lawmaker, the judge in the Ark, said to her, "We're gonna turn you into a Nikke unless you fucking become the commander's bitch," basically. And it's a lie. They're not gonna turn Siyuin into a Nikke, but the fact that she's afraid of it is enough to get her on our good side, basically.
yes, there is a preponderance of small holes on my hand.
Have any of them pierced all the way through?
Yes, or at least they attempted to do so. These crystals clearly wanted to absorb all of my energy and chose to use my hand as an entry point to my core.
Right, yeah, Siyuin has a sister, and she's pretty hot, I guess. I like Siyuin more, like, by herself, or not by herself, but just in general, I prefer her to her sister, but yeah.
Once I removed my hand from the crystals and cut off the power supply to it for a while, I was okay.
But what if there's a fragment or something left over in your hand?
There's no need to worry about that. I've conducted experiments which cover that. Hammering, could you explain?
Of course. These crystals absorb energy from other sources and store it inside.
And they then convert into electricity.
The backstory of Sion from FGO is a bit different than the backstory of Sion from Melty Blood that I'm more familiar with. She's an Atlas alchemist, we know that much. Worked under Sion Eltnam Zakaris, or Zepia. Well, yeah, Zepia is like her boss, and he in proper timelines he turns into like fucking Dead Apostle and goes crazy. I did watch The Wild Robot. I just saw that the other day. It was a pretty good movie,
Yes, which explains
Very
why they
wishful
got
thinking.
electricity coursing through them.
but for a kid's movie, it's definitely not
The
bad.
disintegration we saw earlier is when they run out of electricity. Think of it like a plant going without water. They're dying because of a lack of nutrients.
In other words, my hand is fine because I cut off the nutrients.
Another thing of note. The isolated fragments crumble, but the ones stuck in the ground seem to be fine. So I did some digging. The crystals are all interconnected.
So, all the crystals in this area are connected underground?
Seems like it. Just like tree roots.
So that means...
There has to be an origin point for these bad boys. I propose using a rather simple method to find it. Let's say we run into a particularly large crystal shard up ahead. If we cut it in half, one half will shatter, whereas the other half will remain intact. If we proceed in the direction of the side that remains intact,
I don't remember the music off the top of my head.
Crystals. Also,
Yeah, but we don't know, like, all the full details of her being a bloodsucker or whatever. I wish we knew. See you later, Haggis.
while further investigation is required, I have a premonition that there is a flowing current within the crystals. Suppose these crystals are like the roots of a tree. Then, nutrients will circulate inside, with the reference point being their center. We can do this. I'm sure that we can find the origin point of these crystals.
I think it's possible as well.
I don't know any of the Ben 10 aliens. Why do you think the crystals are here to begin with?
Good question. The only thing for sure is that they're here, and so are we. So, it's up to us to find out why and how it is that they came to be here. One thing is for certain. They didn't occur naturally. They were clearly placed here intentionally by someone.
I don't know, I don't really have much of an opinion on Sion. She's so, like, uninvolved in most of the plot anyway,
I think
that
here
until
is
she gets, like, a proper event or backstory or something, I just... whatever.
Since there's only one way in?
precisely. And the entrance is quite wide, which makes it suitable for a campsite.
I'll go deploy the decoys then.
You know how to do that?
Of course. I may not have been up to the surface as much as you, but I'm not completely unfamiliar with it. Also, my role is to trace the best route for us, so I'm good at picking the best spots to set up the decoys.
All right then. I appreciate you doing this.
I'm just doing my job. You don't have to make it sound like I'm going out of my way.
Let's go together.
I'll be fine. You should rest.
It's okay. It'll go by quicker if we work together. Then we can rest. Shall we?
Okay.
Liver and Anise move out,
Are we sleeping here?
and Sion got, like, royally screwed over by not being in the new Melty Blood. So she's, like, even further out of our public consciousness.
Yes.
Are you particular about where you sleep?
Yes, but that's not what I'm worried about. You never know when or where those crystals might target us.
There aren't any nearby.
Are you sure?
Positive. As long as you don't go to sleep hugging them, you'll be just fine.
Okay.
Are you always this on edge?
Naturally. It's the best way to increase your chance of survival and success. Exercise caution and strike at the opportune moment.
That was fast. That's some hardcore snoring, Jesus.
I also noticed that you fall asleep in no time.
There's a new
flat,
Wonder Woman comic? No.
and you snore like a jet engine.
You keep saying, have you been? Don't you mean, have you seen? Why does it keep getting misspelled? Something tells me Google's not that bad. Will that affect your sleep?
It won't be an issue. I wasn't planning on sleeping anyway.
Getting some sleep would be a good idea.
It's okay. I got plenty of sleep before coming here. I'll keep watch so you all can catch up on your shut-eye.
Eleg? Are you unable to sleep because you're too amped up?
It's that obvious, huh?
I noticed how excited you were after seeing the crystal. And you seemed much more expressive than when I first saw you.
It's an incredible thrill to finally lay my own eyes on something I was told about endlessly during the mission briefing. Do you think I'm getting too emotional about all this?
No, I like it.
So that means you like me?
Typical master. Just blurting out whatever he feels.
We'll take turns keeping watch. I'll go up first. Should you find yourself unable to sleep, we'll keep watch together.
You don't mind?
Shifty.
Yes, Commander?
How's Reclamation Site 1 doing?
All quiet. Surprisingly so. I didn't expect the optical camouflage to be this effective.
Then take a break.
I was about to enter standby mode anyway. We'll be monitoring Reclamation Site 01 in alternating shifts, so don't worry.
Sounds good. You did well today.
As did you, Commander.
Mr. Commander, may I see that?
See what?
The operation device.
I take my operation device out from my ear and hand it to Eleg.
How long have you been using this? When was the last time it was maintained?
Fuck if I know.
It's on its last legs. The connections are about to fall apart, and the parts are all worn out.
The mountainous background in the game?
Would you mind if I make a few repairs?
By all means.
Just a moment.
What, are you having a bad dream? I love that expression. Little twitchy mouth. Oh no. For a while, only the sounds of hammering, snoring, and Elig tinkering with my operation device can be heard.
Finished.
Then... Huh? The status panel on my operation device has been altered. There appears to be something moving on the screen. I lean in to get a closer look. Is this... a video game?
I didn't think I'd get found out that quickly, but you've got some eagle eyes on you.
What is it?
This is Boom, a classic FPS. It's the father of all modern FPS games. The entire file size is only 28 megabytes, but it's still more fun than most of the games out there today.
But why? How did you...
If it's got a screen, you can run Boom on it. It's just common sense.
Even if it's your graphing calculator. I'm not so sure about that.
Well, it's the truth, so don't you forget it. By the way, this is more than just a title screen. You can actually play the full game. Although, you don't have a controller. I'll make one right now. Let's see. Gotta get some spare parts.
It's okay, I'll play it later.
Are you sure? It's really fun. I also installed it on Miss Rappy's weapon adjustment correction screen.
She wants to install it on the giant skylight around the Ark. God, that would be crazy.
What?
Rappy checks her gun.
Not bad, eh?
Do you like Elig Chaos?
If it's got a screen, I can install that game.
I'm not a huge fan of her myself.
Please erase it.
I still know nothing about this Batman movie you're talking about. I'm good to talk now. You're late. Oh, sorry. Oh, she's talking to somebody else. Today was really busy. I wasn't able to steal away at any point. Anyway, I'm finally alone. I told them I was upsetting decoys. Then, how are things going? There are too many uncertainties. So it's taking more time than anticipated. Would you be okay if you had to wait a little longer? I didn't ask that question to get a useless response. I'm sorry. I'll proceed as quickly as possible. Alright. The task at hand is of vital importance. So the reward will be accordingly ample. Thank you for that. I'll wait for more information from you. But I won't wait forever. Do you understand? Yes, I understand. So she's doing something in the background. Do I like Fortnite? Not especially, no. I have nothing against the game, but no, I don't play it.
What are you doing?
And if you want to play anime girls and shooters, there's much better games these days.
Oh, some delivery request just came in.
See, I like Liverin a lot more, at least in terms of her looks.
I was dealing with the customers.
You sure are busy.
Just trying to survive. I'm just happy I got work.
How often do you have to work?
It depends. We usually tend to get pretty bogged down during the holidays. But other than that, it's scattershot.
Must be tough. Are you done dealing with your customers?
Yeah.
Then let's head back. We should get some sleep so that we're well rested tomorrow.
Alright.
There's just one thing.
3 if you want to count Peach Beach Splash, but that's not as good of a shooter, admittedly.
As far as I know, there aren't any holidays coming up anytime soon.
Zenless Zone Zero is great. I'm loving it.
And yet, you're still so busy?
Ooh, my favorite Miku song. That could be tricky. I think I've said it before, but I like Romeo and Cinderella. I'm very distracted by this game's music. World's End Dance Hall is pretty fun.
Well, like I said, it can be pretty random. Guess I got lucky.
I love a lot of the Miku songs, but I don't have them memorized by name. It's like, shit, what was it called?
Really? Glad to hear it.
Yeah. Me too.
The next day...
What's going on?
Neon.
What is this? My eyes are acting strange.
What's wrong?
Did you install Boom on her glasses?
Some kind of
Yes, you did. God damn it.
There's a game screen on your glass lenses. Boom!
I like Magnet because it's got Luca. Luca's my favorite Vocaloid girl.
Is this some kind of cutting-edge VR technology? The graphics look a bit outdated for that, though.
Oh, look.
I upgraded your glasses while you were sleeping. I've given you the honor of being able to play a masterpiece of gaming up close and personal.
I don't want a game. I want supervision.
Actually, I meant to ask you, where did you get those glasses anyway?
These? I've had them for as long as I can remember.
They're extraordinary. The frames are made of cutting-edge and lightweight materials. The lenses are in fact a high-performance visual display. I've never seen anything like it. The internal OS has a ludicrously large capacity, and it's being utilized to the max. There was barely enough space left.
I like Dorothy. Even if she's got, like, bad intentions for the arc or something. I don't know if there was an issue with the game's scripting. The voice acting has definitely gotten
I
better.
have no idea what you're going
A bit
on
more
about.
consistent. They've gotten more used to the process, I guess.
To normal?
Just tap the top of your frames twice and it'll shut off.
Can you make it so that I can tap the sides? It'll look way cooler that way.
I'm telling you, you should look into that eyewear of yours.
I am not hyped for a new Pokemon game. Unless it has new Pokemon waifu.
What's that on that wall over there?
What's wrong?
What is it?
Over there!
I look in the direction Ellig is pointing. Tell Your World is good. Weekender, yeah, those are both great. Densely packed clusters of tiny crystals have formed. Because, yeah, I played the shit out of the Project Diva games. I'm not as good as, like, Gargura, but I'm fairly decent.
Could they have moved over here?
Viper's alright. Part of me feels bad for her.
Don't be absurd. Crystals don't have legs.
Maybe they have detachable legs?
At this point, I don't think that's totally outside the realm of possibility.
See, okay, so there was a scripting error right there, if you want to call it that, or a voice line delivery. I call it a director's issue, because the director is supposed to know what the changes are from line to line. So they're like, but but crystals don't have legs. And Neon should have said, maybe they have detachable legs? But she instead emphasized legs when that was already a word that had been addressed to the line before, so it doesn't feel like a natural human conversation. So it still happens, but yeah. Yeah, Crow is an evil bitch.
Maybe the crystal formations were already here,
I think you've already asked me that before, but I like Pyra.
and they've only just now popped out since we were here for a while.
There's this one guy, I think his name is Nodu, N-O-D-U, who makes like really good Xenoblade hentai, and he usually makes a variant of every animation for Pyra, Mithra, and sometimes Numa.
You mean they move in order to consume nutrients?
Siren is coming back. Well, they hinted at that in the story that I'm currently in, which is pretty awesome.
I've been thinking, and these things seem less and less like a type of ore.
What are they then?
Don't they seem more plant-like to you? It has roots, dies as soon as it runs out of nutrients, and actively move towards acquiring said nutrients. If that doesn't describe a plant-based life form to a T, what does?
It all checks out.
I've been playing Xenoblade DE all of yesterday. I fucking love it. I mean, it's mostly the exact same game that I know. The quality of life improvements are nice. My favorite character in Xenoblade 3 is Senna. Easily. Easily.
Just as a precaution, I'll contact the Botanic Garden Squad. I'm on good terms with them.
That sounds like a good idea.
It's kind of funny. I'm not so sure I like the new faces that they gave everybody for Xenoblade Definitive for X. I kind of was a fan of the old style because it looked like the portraits in Xenogears. I really liked that. And now they look a bit more traditionally anime-y, I guess, but your created characters just look a little bit off. Even though I more or less recreated my character from the first time round on Wii U. It's just a little strange.
Commander, how should we proceed?
Let's keep going. If we sense any danger, we'll head back.
Roger.
What is WHIP? I don't know that abbreviation.
Path is getting narrower.
It wasn't like this on the map.
What adjective did I use, Chaos, that has you so upset? Oh, work in progress.
Then again, I guess we can't expect all the details to be exact.
Especially.
Yeah, I'm glad that a lot of people are going to be playing it.
Is it just me, or are we totally screwed if any raptures come at us from either side?
If you can do anyone? You mean like Smash? Aqua.
I'll watch the rear.
Aqua's the waifu in Kingdom Hearts.
I'll join you.
Thanks.
By the way, watch your step, everyone. This place is flooded with crystals.
Yeah, the crystals dot almost every inch of the ground and walls. We can't touch anything.
I don't even want to think about fighting in a place like this.
Dude, don't compare me to somebody else over something so semantic.
If we were sent flying and fell into a crystal cluster,
It's kind of like
we'd end up being
on
drained
Twitter
by
right now,
the
there was somebody who saw a sakura colored, like a cherry blossom colored, like train in Japan, and we're like, ooh, this must be the trans colors. It's a trans train. And I'm like, bruh, no.
just like that rapture we saw yesterday.
I was thinking about that actually. I believe it can be solved quite easily. All we've got to do is remove our heads.
What?
If we're between a rock and a hard place, removing our heads will solve the problem. The crystals would ravage our bodies and suck them dry.
Of course, I would love a Persona 4 remake. That would make me very, very happy. Because Persona 4 was one of my favorites, and it just didn't get the graphics that, you know, it got later. The problem I had was the same problem I have with Persona 3 Reload, where only a small portion of the game was kind of brought back. It wasn't like the full experience. It was a bit streamlined. So what it would have been nice is a great opportunity to give us all of the costumes and fun stuff that were in the dancing games, but they didn't. So Persona 4 getting a remake sounds great if they include every single outfit from those dancing games. And I would absolutely love that. But based on the track record of 3, I might be a bit disappointed. Whereas Persona 5 Royal did add the outfits that were present in the dancing game. I was like, fuck yeah, they knew what they were doing back then. I think the bad guys in Kingdom Hearts are usually pretty cringe. I like the final boss of Kingdom Hearts 1 probably the most, though. So I'll say, like, Ansem, that particular version of him. See you later, Nick van der Orst. Persona 7? We don't have a Persona 6. Ugh, sorry, gotta stretch.
But so long as our heads remain intact, we'll be able to stay alive.
An interesting theory, but how many people are actually going to be willing to go through with it?
Why would there be any hesitation? It's 100% the safest and most foolproof method.
Miss Hammering, have you ever died before?
I have more of an attachment to the first game, but
Neither have I.
I've played
but
Kingdom Hearts
I
2 a
think
lot
it's something
too.
More severe than being solved simply by removing a body part.
The Counters are hardened warriors, so maybe they've experienced something like that before?
Yes, I have.
Me too.
Called it.
I haven't.
There was a lot of fun stuff in 3.
Could you please explain to Miss Hammering on how difficult dying is?
Dying isn't an easy thing. Even more so when it's by your own hand.
Did you hear that, Miss Hammering?
Really? I guess I don't know, since I've never been in that kind of situation.
There's one part in Kingdom Hearts 2's boss that pisses me off, and it's when you're chasing after, like he'll kidnap Riku, and you have to go, like, rescue him before he runs out of health and dies, or it's game over for you. And if you don't know that, and you're not prepared to, you know, do the exact thing you need to get to them in time, like, it seems like a really quick and easy, unfair way to, like, end your run. That wasn't necessarily because you lost in, like, actual combat. It was like a weird little gimmick. But everything else about that fight was fun. But I also like in Kingdom Hearts 1 how you're literally just flying everywhere for that whole final battle.
I guess I'll find out when I'm faced with it.
Ideally, you would never have to face a situation like that.
Very true.
The best way to deal with this sort of thing is to prepare for the worst.
I've imagined the worst case scenario in my head countless times. But when it comes, I never deal with it the way I'm supposed to. Not like when it's during a simulated battle.
Yeah? What is it that you imagine?
Kingdom Hearts Anniversary? What, they're gonna, like, announce something new, you mean?
It's so bad that I can't even say it out loud.
Okay.
Shifty, what's ahead of us?
What's so bad she can't say it out loud? Sorry. The worst case scenario.
This city used to be a moderate-sized trade hub. Other than that, there was nothing particularly noteworthy about it.
It would be the first for me. After we pass through here, does the path end?
I can't be certain. Even this narrow path we're on now wasn't on the map. I did find something unusual, though. The map indicates that there's something massive just on the outskirts of the city. However, any further statements without visual confirmation would simply be conjecture.
Okay, let's keep going then.
Roger.
Something about the first game just felt more epic in terms of its overall pacing. In front of it, raptures are piled high. Interspersed among the pile are crystals, which are emitting a lambent light?
Holy moly, are these all raptures?
Yes. More victims claimed by the crystals, it would seem.
At least the crystals are killing raptors too. Disney 100? No?
What is it?
I'm taking a closer look at these raptures, and something seems a bit strange to me.
Tell us.
It was sometime before they do the big epic, like, laser fight showdown where you and Riku are just deflecting bullets like crazy.
The amount of corpses increases the more we
That
move
kind of
forward.
Star Wars-y sort of moment.
Judging from the direction in which they've fallen, it seems to indicate that they were heading towards us. Shifty mentioned that there's a city beyond this narrow path, right?
And while there's that cool stuff where you're, like, chopping your way through, like, buildings flying at you and stuff in the earlier part of the fight, it feels a little on rails compared to the first game where you had more direct control.
It reminds me of a train station.
Why are you talking about trains all of a sudden?
I do want to see Shantae in Smash, but I think
People
Sora
often
was a
commute to work
decent
using the
addition.
Train, yes? They gather at the station, and when the train doors open, they all rush to get inside.
$1,500 for a gaming PC is actually pretty good. You're still fighting him in that gray area, or whatever, that sort of vastness where you fight, I'm assuming, the final Xemnas.
It's a mass of arms and elbows, and the few people who manage to break through the crowd are able to get inside the train.
I think I get what you're saying. It's a throng of raptors came from... a throng of raptors came from that city up ahead and crammed themselves in through this narrow path.
Precisely. The only curious thing is that why would the Raptures leave a wide open area and cram themselves into this confined path?
They're running from something.
That's the only way it makes sense to me. Something happened in the city beyond, and I think the Raptures tried to escape through this path.
I'm saying that $1,500 is pretty cheap for a good computer these days, because everything's expensive as shit.
Commander.
Yoda is an interesting character I liked more as a kid than I do
Their
now.
legs and other appendages seem to have been crushed.
It's a lot of money, I suppose, for sure, but when you're talking a computer, and a good one at that, that would be... Something tells me it wouldn't be very good of a gaming PC for just $1,500. It's like way too cheap.
Collided with something.
There's like a
Or was
catch, you're
trampled upon.
sacrificing something along the way.
So a bunch of raptures ran away? Is their programming even capable of that?
But what could they have been running from?
Everyone, up ahead of you, 3 o'clock, on the wall.
I don't see anything.
The crystals over there have been moving for some time now. It's hard to see clearly behind the pile of rapture corpses, but those crystals are gradually
I think
approaching
my current
without
computer
much
was
sway.
like 2,800.
What? So the crystals really do move? Oh my gosh.
Are they coming for us?
Shh.
Yeah, 1050. I'm using a 2070 Super, and I think I need a better one, for sure. For what I use it for, anyway, which is like 4K editing. It's now clearly visible that they're closer to us than they were before. Everyone, prepare for battle! The crystals are coming! The crystals are coming!
Here we go.
Take all those... Well, you got, like, prepaid visas? They're like prepaid debit cards. The raptor that was covered with crystals collapses to the ground.
Clear.
Are they really dead?
Oh, they're dead as doornails.
The light in the crystals has been completely extinguished.
The crystal protruding from the rapture tears and shatters. Sorry, shatters and disappears, leaving the corpse perforated with a myriad of small holes. What the?
Let me get a closer look. Are you sure it's dead?
I've never been more sure of anything.
Okay. Hammering, help me. I'm gonna open up this one.
Sure.
Its insides are a complete mess. I do see a single trail, though.
What do you mean by trail?
You remember how the crystal attempted to reach my core by entering through my hand? It's the same as that. The path it's created here is a bit wider, though. It's still intact. And it heads straight for the Rapture's core.
Master of Masters? I don't know jack shit about that. That's different from birth by sleep, right?
There's been extensive damage to the core as well. I don't understand this.
Wait a moment. I'm expecting a call soon.
A call? From who?
The Botanical Garden Squad wants to connect with us. I'll patch you through. Hello, I'm Flora from Botanic Garden Squad. Hammering briefed me on the situation. I've been receiving continual updates because the crystals in that region are exhibiting plant-like characteristics.
Should we really be discussing this out in the open?
It's fine. This is an official mission that is out in the open. It's just that the Special Commando was the only squad we had available to deploy.
Oh.
Flora, what are your thoughts on this?
Seeing it in person would be optimal. However, since that isn't possible, I've made an informed guess based on the information provided by Hammering.
My computer's a Dell.
First, I am proceeding on the assumption that the crystals are indeed plants. We would need to get our hands on a sample or observe it up close to know the details. But in light of that rapture you all saw,
It was like a Dell G5 PC.
it would appear that the crystals grow from within the rapture and eventually penetrate through its surface.
Like a parasite?
Oh, it's a character from Union X, which is probably why I'm not as aware. The head honcho of the old Keyblade Warriors. You think Saskia's a bot? I doubt it.
Yes, the crystals appear to absorb the energy of their host and use it
Then
as a
again,
form of nourishment.
It is remarkable how frequent he is to immediately show up for the stream.
Servant or masterclass raptures have relatively small cores, meaning they provide less.
These days, though, you could never tell if you're talking to a bot, could you? If it's a good enough bot.
Raptures, once their energy is absorbed, they are discarded. That rapture you saw was a Lord class. It has a much larger core and
Yeah, well, it depends. They usually tend to say cross, yeah, which I find silly.
Absorb its energy at one go and kill the host. It seems to have realized that it is better to parasitize and absorb its energy bit by bit. Of course, this is all based on the assumption that the crystals are indeed plant-based organisms. Parasitic behavior is not uncommon in the plant world. In fact,
Why are we talking about Kingdom Hearts now? Because you brought it up, Saskia.
a classic example would be cordyceps, even though they technically aren't plants.
Why do they exhibit parasitic behavior?
Simple, to propagate the species. Plants are more or less immobile due to their roots. Plants have the ability to extend
The frequency of your responses, for one, Saskia, are a little suspicious. How you tend to spam if you don't get a response immediately. How the random variety of IPs and things that you chuck in there and talk about it. No, you're fine. It's just interesting. If you were looking at behavioral patterns, you're asking about all sorts of stuff that have nothing to do with the stream itself.
Therefore, they either feed their seeds to something which is more mobile, or parasitize it.
Yeah, I remember like the Keyblade, but that was the Greek key or whatever, which is a bit different.
It's all about expanding their domain.
That's correct.
Could this have something to do with why the Raptures ran away?
There's this really funny VR game I saw somebody play where you're like on a train with... It's like a VR game, yeah. So you're sitting down in a train and you're surrounded by various historical figures. Like Thomas Jefferson or Cleopatra or something like that. And they're all controlled by AI. And you're supposed to have a discussion and introduce yourself and which historical character you are and give as much facts and details about yourself as possible. And then all the AIs are supposed to guess amongst themselves if they can figure out if any of them are humans or not. So it's like one of those crazy things where you don't know who's real or not.
Unfortunately, I don't know enough at this point to say much. Plants are not aggressive organisms. If they do parasitize...
It's like, are you able to fool the bot into thinking that you are also another bot?
They do not actively threaten their host.
That's if we're assuming these things are indeed plant-based life forms.
Like, Saskia, why are you typing about Pokemon again? What does that mean?
Exactly. That's the key point.
Are you just typing random shit?
While they exhibit some plant-like characteristics, they don't physically resemble them in any way whatsoever.
Okay, thanks for the intel.
Apparently there were some bots on Twitter that were designed to just go around basically spouting like Trump propaganda. And people realized that they were bots. And if you know it's a bot, you can actually type in and have it like do other things, like reprogram the bot or give it a brand new command, and it would start doing that mid-conversation to prove it was a bot. It was kind of crazy.
Feel free to contact me if you have any questions. I'd like to be there with you, but things in the Ark are quite dire. If the opportunity...
I'm usually not that excited about VR games because it's all first-person stuff.
Thanks again.
Even in VR chat, the first thing I do is turn on a mirror and look at my character while I'm talking.
You're welcome.
Because I prefer to look at my characters.
Let's give ourselves an overview of the situation. These crystals can act as parasites, leeching on Lord-class raptures. In the city up front, there's something that made the raptures run away. Am I missing anything?
I don't think so. Thanks for the summary.
We should get a move on.
Should we continue, Commander?
Yeah, let's go.
Roger.
Good decision. No risk, no reward.
All right then. I'll open the door in front of us.
Go ahead. Hiya! I'm suspecting you of being a potential bot. You're greeted with the sight of a city consumed by crystals. Ah, so you finally finished that section. We are on to chapter 28. No, we're talking about, Saskia. Not Dante.
This is like a crystal field. If you take out the danger aspect, it looks quite beautiful, don't you think?
You're right. It's pretty.
Something tells me the map won't be of much use here. With all these crystals sprouting everywhere, the pathways are completely different from what's on the map.
Isn't that what we've got you for?
That's true, but I'm only good at applying what I've memorized. I'm not so great at forging completely new paths.
I like to see in your video. Well, no, I mean,
What? Are you serious?
even if you were a bot, you are giving some element of conversation
I'm actually quite good at that, too.
to the chat, which is not bad.
There's a reason they sent me as Pathfinder's representative.
You got me good.
Still, though, why are there so many crystals here?
This was originally a moderate-sized city, right? It must be teeming with energy that could serve as nutrients for these crystals.
We're friends and have... Well, dude. Wait, what? We're not talking about you, Dante.
And look over there.
Wrong person. It's a giant circular crystal with light shining from it. Although the view of it's particularly blocked by buildings and other crystals, its size is formidable enough to remain intimidating.
That crystal is lighting up a city of this size all on its own. I bet you can feel the heat emanating from it if you get close. It must be giving off a tremendous amount of energy. I am not entirely sure, but I'm willing to bet that thing is the source of all the other crystals. Or something important like that. If everyone else agrees, I say we make our way towards it.
Wow, you're really raring to go.
I've been that way from the start. If I didn't feel inspired after seeing it with my own eyes, I could hardly call myself someone with a thirst for knowledge.
Interesting.
I'll leave it to you to mark the map, Miss Shifty. Even if we don't know where we're going, we'll need to keep track of where we came from.
Already on it. However, the alpha particle concentration here is stunningly low. This is the first time I've seen levels this low on the surface.
We can investigate that later if we have time. There might be some connection between the alpha particles and the crystals.
Fair enough.
So,
Just go straight for now. There should be a fork in the road up ahead. I'll guide you once you get there.
okay, then I'll take the lead.
If I had to make an official statement, I would say you are not, in fact, a bot.
Fair enough. There is a
However,
fork in the road.
I wouldn't be, like, extremely surprised to find out if you were a bot. I guess that's what it is. It's interesting. But yeah, some of the stuff you say about FGO seems fairly legit, something a bot would not necessarily know.
I knew it.
So where do we go from here?
Assuming this is a moderately sized city, there would have been a lot of cars. Judging by the position of the traffic lights and the curvature of the road, I'd say we want to go to the left.
How did you figure that out? It's like magic.
Sorry, but it'd take a while to explain
Dante.
the intricacies of road construction and city infrastructure.
You're going to go chocolate. No, that's fine. Enjoy your chocolate.
2 hours or so, if I were to hazard a guess. Is that okay with you?
Thick is basically just the self-esteem of someone trying to avoid calling themselves flabby.
I'm good for now. Maybe next time.
Or someone trying to reclaim it as something they're attracted to.
Okay, sure. I'm sure you'll be able to catch on super quickly.
Alright, let's head to the left.
Sounds good.
Let's go.
Wait,
Huh?
everyone needs to slow down. I understand that discovering new things in a new place can be exciting, but that doesn't mean we should start ignoring the dangers around here.
What dangers? As long as we don't touch the crystals for too long, we should be fine.
You know what I mean. If the crystals are able to parasitize...
Whether
the
you like
life,
flabby or not is a whole other story, but I call that flabby.
then we shouldn't be an exception.
So long as we don't touch them for too long.
Situations like these rarely go how you expect them to go. We could, for example, end up falling into a pit full of crystals.
Then we have to be careful to make sure something like that doesn't happen.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. We don't even necessarily know what being careful means in this context. There's still so much we don't know about these crystals.
Yeah, I know, Dante.
Most importantly,
Though I haven't looked at my friends list in that game for, like, ages.
that Lord class rapture we just took down was unlike any others we've gone up against. It was far stronger. We have no way of knowing whether or not there are any Tyrant class raptures out there infected by these crystals.
Jens. It's funny.
Who among us has any experience fighting Tyrant class raptures and above? Commander?
Well, I know it doesn't sound cute, but you can't say she's not flabby, she's thick. You could just admit that, in your mind, thick and flabby are the same thing.
I suggest that we return. The prudent thing to do would be to continue our search only after proper maintenance and rest.
But yeah, it's more flattering, I suppose.
No, it's okay. These crystals only grow on the ground or on walls, right? So long as they don't fall from the sky, then we'll be able to navigate around them with no problem. The same goes for Tyrant-class raptures. There's no way one of those would be able to sneak up on us.
I don't like the term plush because I think of a plushie. Like you're a stuffed animal.
As long as we pay attention, we can safely navigate through this area.
God damn it, Dante. This is getting confusing.
Isn't that right?
I believe we're well aware of any potential dangers that lurk ahead. And as I mentioned earlier, we can't just turn back and return after seeing something like this.
Squishy is one thing.
We're still not entirely
Pudgy is
sure if
another.
this thing is dangerous or not. If things get heated, then I believe beating a swift retreat would be the right move. But for now, I think it would be premature.
And lest we all forget, we've got the commander in tow.
No, we're still talking about Kingdom Hearts.
We might be able to remove our heads and be in the clear, but one false move, and it's goodbye for good for the commander. Of course, we'll do everything we can to protect him, but the crystals could make that difficult.
I'm curious as well, naturally. But the Master's safety is our top priority.
Should we ask the commander if we should proceed?
That's not what I'm getting at.
Huh? Then what do you mean? We're fully aware of how dangerous it might be to press forward. We're putting our lives on the line. Despite all that, the reason we're choosing to keep going is because this goes beyond us. It's more important than us. Isn't that true for the commander, too? You're not doing this simply because the higher-ups gave you an order, are you, Commander? You are here because there is something important to you. Something worth the risk.
Commander.
I say we keep going.
I understand. Let's keep going.
Whose face doesn't match her dialogue and tone?
I knew you'd understand, Commander.
Talk about Liverin.
No risk, no reward.
Master Yoda, huh?
Commander, can we talk for a moment?
Does he fight like he does in Star Wars 2? Flying around the place. What's up?
I've been thinking about it, and I really do feel this is too dangerous. How about we go back?
We've already come this far. I don't want to go back empty-handed.
I think you're pushing this too far.
This isn't that much different from missions we've done in the past.
Master has a point. We've been in far worse situations before. And this isn't all that dissimilar to other predicaments we've been in. But my firepower sensor is going off big time, Commander. Something is dangerous about this place.
We've never been so in the dark regarding our surroundings.
In every mission we've been on before, we had at least a cursory knowledge of the surface and the Rapture presence. Here, however, our surroundings are utterly alien, and so are the creatures we've encountered thus far. Personally, I feel the risk of continuing is too high.
What are you talking about, Chaos?
We also don't know how the crystals will affect humans. At the very least, it would be smarter to fall back, gather our forces, and continue the search at a later date.
I can empathize with the others in wanting to blaze full steam ahead. But to me, it's obvious. We're walking straight into danger.
Yeah, there's a risk, but don't you all think it's worth taking?
Commander?
What do you think about Kirby at the game? You mean any of Kirby's games? I haven't played anything Kirby since Kirby 64, and I remember that game was like surprisingly dark towards the
Is there any
end.
particular reason why you're pushing yourself this much?
Yeah.
And trying to like 100% the game was like really fucking hard.
I've never seen you like this before.
You didn't rack up a load of debt at Coin Rush, did you? Wait, did you? Oh, Master. I understand you're under a lot of stress, but you shouldn't be indulging in such vices. Well, it can't be helped. I might have to sell my prized collection.
I want to strengthen our position at the Ark.
Our position?
You mean like power?
Yes.
Commander, what do you intend on using that power for?
I want to bring Marion back. To that extent, to the extent that everyone in the Ark couldn't turn their back on us, and it wouldn't matter. Sorry, they could turn their back on us and it wouldn't matter. To the point where no one would dare become our enemy. I want that kind of power.
Are you sure it's just Marion you're thinking of?
No, I'm thinking of you all as well. If the day ever comes when your back is against the wall, and you're forced to make a decision that isn't viewed favorably by those in the Ark, I want to be on your side.
Well, to make that possible, you'd really need to be on top of the pile. When that happens, would you offer me a position?
No.
Hey, not fair.
To be fair, Dante, even I couldn't answer that question for you. I'm no politician. The only way for me to obtain that kind of power, especially in the Ark, would be through doing things that no one else has done.
Okay. I understand.
Commander, how far are you willing to go? Honestly, I don't... No, never mind. Good for you. 3 cheers for the Commander's bright future.
Can't you at least offer me a secretary position?
No. Because by then, you'll be working alongside me.
I'm not worthy. Please forgive your foolish disciple who is blinded by desire.
Shifty.
I'll strike this conversation from the record. Half of these statements the commander made are tantamount to a declaration of war.
Jesus.
To do such a thing when you're not yet prepared will end in disaster. I don't want anything bad to befall the commander.
Thank you.
Having said that, it would be wise to familiarize yourself with the basics of politics, Commander. The same word can have many different meanings depending on the context. Once this search mission is through, I'll send you more information through a private line.
Thanks.
Anise,
Huh? What?
don't think about it too much. This won't be happening overnight. There's still plenty of time.
You're right.
And you never know. Your feelings might change in the meantime. They usually tend to.
Rappy, I didn't know you were capable of consoling someone, Rappy.
I've changed as well.
Another crystal is blocking the way. This one seems to be about 5 meters high. What should we do?
Go ahead and smash it. The path should continue beyond it.
Okay.
Hammering viciously swings at the crystal blocking the path.
Wow, she is really strong.
This one seemed to fall faster.
That's because I know where its weak points are.
Hey, stay focused. Don't look at us. Look at the crystal while you're swinging at it.
It's all good. I'm used to it by now. I can do this with my eyes closed at this point. Take a look.
Hey, what are you doing? Open your eyes.
Why are you freaking out? I was doing fine, wasn't I?
Yeah, but it looks super dangerous.
Chat is so weird right now.
No, you just got a few screws loose.
Huh? That last swing felt different. I think I'm hitting a wall of some kind.
Huh? No way. There should be a path beyond these crystals.
I'll keep going.
Was that your finger?
Look here.
No thanks. I'm squeamish around stuff like that.
It's a wall, all right. Solid concrete.
You were right.
Between the broken shards of crystal, a gray concrete wall is revealed.
Strange. I thought for sure this was the right way.
Did you make a mistake? What should we do? Should I break through the wall? I think I can secure a path wide enough for us to move.
Sure, go for it. There has to be a pathway behind this wall.
Okay.
I like Xenoblade more than FGO. Hammering starts swinging at the wall. After a while, she reveals a cliff beyond the layers of concrete.
I'm sorry. I guess my nerves got the better of me. Let's go to this side.
A moment later.
Hammering, could you clear us a path? There's one here for sure. I can feel it.
You got it.
A dead end? Let's try breaking the crystals on the ceiling. There must be a way up.
Okay.
It's blocked. What is going on?
Miss Liverin, perhaps you don't know the way?
She do not know the way.
No, that can't be it.
Well, I'm starting to have my doubts. You did say you weren't the best at forging new paths.
I am military tired of this. I don't know if a translation would screw up the sentence that bad or in that specific way.
Miss Liverin, you can't just take wild guesses like this. I know you want to prove yourself, but what if something went wrong? Hammering is out here busting her back, breaking through these crystals.
It's okay, it's what I came here to do.
Still, you've wasted your energy. If Miss Liverin doesn't know the way, then we should all...
You're wrong. I know the way.
Okay, fine. Maybe you were just unlucky. We should head for some high ground and...
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Miss Liverin?
I screwed up. I'm sorry.
What the hell?
What? Are you okay?
Lung function's decreasing.
Liverin, I need you to breathe.
She's hyperventilating.
No, no, no! Lay her down flat. I went too far.
Did you just smack her? Jesus. Hammering slams Liverin's chest with her fist.
What are you doing?
If a machine is acting up, giving it a good whack usually fixes it.
Seriously? You still believe that in this day and age? And besides, we're not crude machines.
But aren't we, though?
I mean, sure, we are technically, but...
I think she's calmed down.
Lung functions have stabilized. Sit back and relax for a bit. We need to monitor your situation.
I'm freaking out, man! Instead of slapping him, you just punch him in the chest.
A moment ago, I saw a big area just beyond the crystal that hammering smashed. It appears to lead inside a larger structure. So, I'd say we move in that direction.
Roger.
Are you okay, Miss Liverin? I'm sorry, I was too...
No. It's just... I have a condition. Don't worry about it. It's okay.
Here, we should move out.
I'll carry you.
What kind of condition was that? I mean, a panic attack? After taking some deep breaths, Liverin manages to calm herself down.
I'm okay now. I'm sorry.
No, I'm sorry. I didn't mean what I said back there.
It's alright.
I mean, I have anxiety, but...
Don't worry about it.
Okay.
What happened back there anyway?
You really fell apart. That can't be normal.
You were hyperventilating. Was it perhaps triggered by some past trauma?
Liverin, I don't want to die.
Huh? Neither do I.
I volunteered for this mission so that I could better my life. But it's not worth giving my life for. I can't better my life if I lose it entirely. The same applies to you. All of this will be for naught if you end up dead because of it. I refuse to go any further until you tell me what's going on with you. This place is dangerous enough as it is. If the person I'm supposed to be working with poses a danger as well, I can't in good conscience continue.
Right. If there's some reason you can't tell us, you don't have to. But the search will end here.
I wasn't like this before. I made a big mistake in the past. I got too greedy and something we were working on went wrong. As a result, the people I was working with suffered greatly. I pushed myself then in hopes of having a better life, but it didn't pan out. All I succeeded in doing was angering those around me. It was all my fault. That much is true. I ruined everything. Ever since then, whenever someone tells me I did something wrong, I have a panic attack.
Yikes. Now I'm scared of criticizing you.
I'm not always like this.
Hi, cool Kermit. Long time no see, yeah.
It's only when I'm trying to hide something and get caught doing it.
I'm doing alright. Things have been a little rough lately.
When that happens,
I'm keeping on.
it triggers something in me, and I have difficulty breathing.
So, that means you really don't know the way?
Yes. I'm sorry. I thought it would work out somehow. I didn't expect the crystals to be so manifold and in random places like they are. So no, I don't know the way. I'm completely at a loss. I don't know where we're going, how to get there, or even if we're going in the right direction.
Commander, our guide doesn't know the way.
Who's this lovely tanned redhead? Hammering. And she does what you think she does. She bashes shit with a hammer.
What would you like to do?
We're going through a field of, like, parasitic crystals that, essentially, if you touch them and you have energy, it'll just suck that energy right out. And it'll try to consume you whole. So it's a very dangerous place that we're in right now, and Hammering's helping us break our way through the crystals. I think the reason we're in this situation is because we were too cautious.
Huh? Isn't being cautious a good thing?
We're in unknown territory, so it's natural to be on guard. In fact, I think we were walking on eggshells nearly every step of the way. We treated anything and everything around us with suspicion.
In other words, we only wore ourselves out doing so.
Yes, beyond what's necessary. So let's relax a bit.
And how do we achieve that?
Nothing has changed. One misstep and we're all toast.
I don't know who Coralie is. We loosen up and do things our way. We all know the inherent danger of what we're doing, right? So long as we avoid those, we've got leeway to do what we want. In a way, this is a treasure hunt. We have the right to be a little excited.
I think you're onto something.
Honestly, I wasn't a big fan of everyone being on tenterhooks.
I'll stick close to you, Commander.
Tenterhooks? I've never heard that word in my life.
We'll be fine so long as our heads remain intact. But the same cannot be said for you.
I'm still not convinced that everything's gonna be hunky-dory for a bunch of severed heads.
What should I do? I was meant to be a guide, but I don't know the way.
You said you never forget the way from which you've come, right?
Yes, that I'm confident with.
Then you can help us retrace our steps if things get hairy later. That's the most important part, and it's a task we'll entrust to you. Okay.
I understand. Thank you, Commander.
I have faith in you. Oh, je blushin'.
I can't believe this. You're not angry with me? You're unlike any other commander I've seen. Heck, you're unlike any man I've ever seen.
Oh boy. Are you getting jealous there, Appy?
Well, since we've gotten to this point, I have a theory I want to test.
What is it?
This building has a huge electronic display. I want to see if I can run boom on it.
What are those looks for? Mr. Commander just said we can do what we want. Right.
Fine, let's do it.
Then let's go to the
As long as it doesn't have audio. We all followed Elig up to the roof.
Robbie, can I ask you something?
What is it?
The commander. Is he seeing someone?
Oh boy.
I don't mean anything by it. I'm just curious.
Get in line.
He is married.
Huh? Really?
Yes, and he has 2 kids.
No way.
Protective Rappy. She's like, he's mine. He's my commander.
Here we are.
No, she's lying.
Wow, it's really high up here.
You betcha. You can get a good sense of the city's layout from up here. Anyway, go ahead and do your thing, Liverin.
I need to read, like, every single one of the Bond stories to see how many times it's implied that the commander has slept with or had any sort of romantic connection to a Nikke. We know in the summer event that he, like, kissed the shit out of Sakura, you know?
Okay. I'll memorize the layout. This was really thoughtful of you, Alec.
Don't mention it. Anywho, I'm gonna tinker with this display for a while.
How do you plan on getting it to work? Hasn't the electricity all been sucked up by the crystals? There's no way in hell that thing is functional right now. There's not enough juice in there to even charge your phone.
That's all true, but the crystals contain electricity, do they not? With a little bit of crafty manipulation, I'm hoping to redirect that current and make it flow towards this display.
Get away from him, you bitch!
What exactly are you hoping to achieve with this experiment?
This is all conjecture at this point, but I don't think this is the only place where the crystals have appeared. I'm willing to bet there's a whole bevy of them spread out over a vast distance. That would mean there's a free energy source covering huge swaths of the surface. We'd be fools to let such a precious potential source go to waste.
Okay, give it a try.
All right.
Hammering.
Honestly, I feel more of a personality out of the commander than I do Ritsuka. But at least in terms of the game. Derivative stuff, like the animes and whatnot, do a better job with Ritsuka.
Yes?
Do you see that?
Where?
Over there, by the green container.
I see it. What about it?
It could just be my imagination. But don't you think the color of those crystals is a bit different?
The color? Huh. Ah, you're right. It's a subtle difference, but they seem a bit brighter.
I knew I wasn't seeing things.
Hold on a second.
What are you doing?
I changed my vision settings to better differentiate between light sources.
Is that safe? You might undergo a mind switch.
It'll be fine so long as I only use it for a short while. Yep. Those crystals over there are definitely more luminescent. And they're getting brighter.
Do they get brighter the closer they get to the two-lane road?
That's right. How did you know?
Just a theory. Crystals closer to the main cluster seem to shine brighter. The two-lane road might lead to the crystal cluster.
In other words, if we follow the brighter crystals, they'll lead us to the big boy?
That's my guess, yes.
Then let's hurry and move.
Well done, Liverin.
Thanks.
Is that the video game? Because that sounded like a fake-ass explosion. Somehow feels different from those we've heard before. Sounded remarkably 8-bit.
Got it! It's working!
From the building across from us, Boom is playing on the display in its full glory.
If you keep supplying nutrients to these crystals before they completely disintegrate, they won't grow. But they'll continue to store the reserves of electricity inside them for a while. It's like they have a built-in survival instinct. When they're in this stabilized state, they won't absorb anything, so you can pull the electricity remaining inside them and harness it. Call me crazy, but to me, this means we could use them as a viable energy source.
How much power are they capable of providing?
Sit tight for this one. For this entire electric display, all I needed was this.
Elig points to a crystal shard approximately the size of a fingernail. How damn. Hey Dawson, yeah, it's been a long time.
You're kidding.
I assure you, I'm telling the truth.
Yes, it's called Boom in this game.
This is astounding! These crystals are unparalleled storage devices for electricity. Just imagine how much electricity that gargantuan crystal cluster at the edge of the city must contain. It could sustain the arc for generations.
It's gonna be a big boy crystal.
So what's our goal? Clear a path to that crystal cluster?
Yes. Now, the path might undergo some changes the next time we come back, but they will most likely only be slight variations.
We talked about that law a little earlier and how, as far as I'm aware anyway, it's mostly scare tactic, because the law still states that a character has to be, or a representation of a child has to be indistinguishable from a real person. So, yeah.
The growth rate of these crystals is slow, and there doesn't seem to be significant energy sources remaining in this city.
We should return after conducting a brief investigation of the crystal cluster.
Huh? Why are we heading back?
It would be nice to utilize the crystal cluster straight away, but we don't have the appropriate equipment for such an endeavor. We need to conduct more thorough research first.
If this crystal cluster is everything Elig claims it to be, it's a significant discovery.
The law already was passed.
If everything goes well, we might conduct periodic expeditions for crystals in the future. And we may well be part of those search teams. We'll no longer have to worry about living day to day.
And the commander will get boatloads of respect.
It's not banning anime.
Operation.
If you understand what the law actually says, no, that's not what it's doing.
Oh boy. Just the thought of all that fame, all that power.
Have you found a suitable path, Liverin?
Yes. The closer we get to the crystal cluster, the stronger the light from the crystals on the ground will be. It's a very subtle difference, but it's definitely there.
Subtle enough to not be detectable with the naked eye.
I can activate my light detection vision.
Don't. If you keep that function on for too long, it's like riding an express train straight to a mind switch.
Shifty, anything you can do for us?
Yes. I'll upload a light detection feature to your operation device. Just
Ooh.
a moment.
Nifty.
Miss Shifty, you probably won't be able to communicate with us while we're using the light detection function, since it'll take up the entire operation device.
Well, there's not much we can do about that.
Hold on. Miss Neon can do it.
Huh? Me?
I am the law.
Yep.
Me?
Yep.
It's like watching two parrots go back and forth.
All I have is a firepower detection sensor.
Could you lightly tap the upper left frame of your glasses 3 times?
Ugh. My eyes!
That, my friend, is a light amplification function. If anything is emitting even the slightest bit of luminescence, you'll be able to see it clearly. Do you notice a difference in the brightness of the crystals?
Oh yeah! The crystals get brighter the further along you go.
Great! Then lead the way. Miss Neon can guide us, Miss Liverin can plot the route, and Miss Hammering can clear the path.
Sounds good.
No problem.
All right then, it's official. From here on out, I am no longer Neon.
Oh, really? In Canada, we got loli hentai banned, and any hentai manga with loli, it did not really affect anime. You say that, but I don't know if that's actually the law in Canada. I've never heard of anything like that.
I'm Supervision Neon.
What type of magic glasses are those?
Caitlin also lives in Canada. I think she
I'm not so sure myself.
might be able to shine a bit
All I
more
know for
clarity
sure is
onto
they're
that.
high-performance glasses with a multitude of functions. I'll have to give them a look when we're back in the Ark to find out more. None of this technology is something you'd find at any of the big 3. And it's too high level to be a personal customization job.
Something's fishy here.
I'll look into it on my end. I have my own theory.
Let's hear it.
No, I don't want to say anything until...
Oh yeah, because Dev's in Canada.
I'll contact you after I look into it.
His content is starting to get good again. After the election, it was just Trump, 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 and it's like, shut the fuck up, my god. But then just hearing his takes on like regular social stuff is pretty good.
Huh. Dang. Now you actually seem like a real spy for once.
I've always been a real spy. Anyway, just follow me, Anise. Supervision Neon will guide the way.
Do those glasses have a self-destruct button by any chance?
They do.
They do?
Can you tell me how to activate it?
At the end of the frame...
Oh, wait, don't say it. Why in the world would it have that function anyway?
Beats me.
Let's head out.
If you could tell me the name of the guy who got arrested or something, anything more specific that I could actually use to like look up an article or a report, then sure. All of us proceed forward.
Alec,
Yes?
you mentioned before how you felt someone clearly created these crystals with intent.
Yeah.
Who do you think it could be?
Beats me.
Is there a possibility they're nearby?
Hard to say. Let's dig a bit deeper into this hypothetical, though. Let's say that I'm the one who made these things. Here's a group of people barging in and messing around with my creation. People I've never seen before. If it were me...
Yeah, I'm planning to
I'd
end the
might
stream
have
around
to go right
5,
away.
which
Either by
means
saying
like...
something,
Dustborn video?
or by using force.
Right.
Yeah, for right now it's 3:11, so I'll be playing
I
for
think we're safe.
an hour and 15 minutes or so, is the idea.
For now, at least.
Right.
Another crossroads. This is where you come in, Neon.
Got it. Supervision activate.
Well then, for you, Ezra, it will be 6 that I'm finishing.
The crystals to the right are a bit brighter.
Dang, those glasses are like a cheat code. There isn't even any risk of a mind switch, since the function is limited solely to the glasses.
Oh, Dev, you mean? Sorry.
I think you're gonna end up being the MVP of this operation, Neon.
You're too kind. Like they say, with great power comes great responsibility. And besides, I'm no longer the typical Neon. I'm Supervision Neon.
That's it. I've had it. Say goodbye to those stupid glasses.
Twinkle Eye activate.
Ah, my eyes!
Wowee, that really worked. How'd that feel, Anise?
Oh, it hurts like hell. My eyes are still burning a bit.
Anyway, let's keep moving.
All of us proceed forward. Rappy, do you know anything about Neon's glasses?
No, I don't.
Maybe I should ask Ingrid.
That'd be a surefire way to find out more, yes?
Come to think of it. How much do you know about Neon?
She joined our squad on short notice, and she adjusted really quickly. We never had much time to gather any detailed information about her past. Or rather, I never deemed it to be necessary.
Yeah, since she was so easygoing and all. But do you think she even knows those details about herself? She doesn't seem to know much of anything. Not even her glasses.
We'll look into it later. I don't think she's using the glasses for too much longer. If she's okay with it, of course.
Yeah, let's do that.
Roger.
We continue to move forward, with Neon's supervision leading the way. After a while, we stop at another fork in the road.
If you would.
Supervision activate.
Does she have to say that every single time?
But yeah, she probably will.
Strange. Supervision activate.
You're playing Wuthering Waves? I heard good things about that game.
Something's wrong. I think my supervision may be broken. The brightness is all the same.
There's no difference at all between any of the crystals?
Nope.
Alright then, it's hammer time.
Hammering swings her hammer, splitting one of the crystals in
This
two.
way we can see which half of the crystal is shining and use it to keep heading towards the main crystal.
What you're saying makes sense, but I don't see any change to the two halves.
Supervision activate.
Jeez, where'd all that confidence from before go?
The left side seems a bit brighter.
Then we'll head this way.
Wait,
Liverin looks around the surroundings warily.
that's odd.
What is it?
The right path. Why haven't the lights gone out? If they weren't connected to the main crystal cluster, it should have gone out.
You're right.
What has Hoyo been doing that you don't support, Dawson?
This is purely a gut feeling, but the right path seems... how to put it? Artificial.
Artificial?
Yes. Up to this point, the crystals along the path have been growing freely. This side, on the other hand, seems carefully manicured. Like it was deliberately designed to look a certain way. It's almost too perfectly random. It doesn't produce any feeling of unease, and the pathway is far too winding. Looking at it straight on, there are some turns that are so sharp that you can see the walls. This was a trade city. They would have never designed a road like that.
I found the Evangelion event to be pretty freaking boring. I wound up, like, really breezing right through the story segments because they weren't saying anything of value. At least there was a bit of character development in the original Eva event, but even less so.
Whatever designed these crystal formations, they're intentionally avoiding the road.
Maybe there's some hidden treasure afoot?
Let's go that way then. I'm not sure what it could be, but this is a clear sign something is waiting for us there.
Experience has told me that if the signs are telling you something, you should follow them.
Alright, let's move.
Darn, there's a puddle of water in the way.
What's the big deal? Just step over it. It's shallow.
Can you carry me for a bit? Electronic devices are susceptible to water.
Fine.
Can you carry me too, Commander?
If you're not feeling well, I can carry you, Liverin.
Oh, Liverin.
Never mind then.
She wants to jump the commander's bones. A few moments later.
Ceiling is awfully low.
We might have to crawl.
Crawling is our specialty.
Do you want to go first, Commander?
Even if I'm crawling, I might have a hard time squeezing through there.
Then just lie down. I'll pull you.
Okay, thanks.
You make it sound like she's a piece of luggage.
I'm surprised you were able to find a passable route. None of the scans I conducted found any viable routes.
Well, this is what I do for a living.
Do you have any tips for me?
Oh, not paying their voice actors fair money and outright getting rid of them. Yeah, I want to know more about the voice acting drama too. It's pretty crazy. But does Wuthering Waves have an English dub also? I wouldn't be surprised if they run into the same issues.
Sorry, can't go sharing trade secrets. Gotta make my money somehow. It's too dark in here. I can't see anything. Not even changing to night vision helps. What should I do? Commander, could you hold my hand?
Stop it, Liverin.
Ow! Who just slapped the back of my hand?
All right. It's time for me to shine once again. Pardon the pun. Twinkle vision, activate!
You do realize each of our phones has flashlights on them, don't you?
Sure, but isn't it cooler when I do it with my eyes?
A few moments later.
A little more to the left. Okay, no threats detected.
Never thought we'd use the operation device like this.
The camera provides a surprisingly good view of your surroundings. It's also small enough to attach to your ear, so I can check narrow areas that a person wouldn't be able to cross through. The only reason this usually doesn't happen is because it's typically aligned to...
I'm pretty sure she's more flirtatious than Red Hood ever was.
What would happen if we spun the operation device around?
Then I'd get pretty darn dizzy.
Yeah, the Nikke dub has certainly gotten better as far as the overall likability of the performances.
Anyway,
It's not
I'm
perfect,
detecting
but...
any crystals, you can cross.
Ugh, this is gonna be another tight fit.
Tell me about it.
It definitely has charm.
You should go first. You'll be able to pass through more easily than us.
We maneuver our way through a seemingly endless series of cramped and hazardous pathways. There is something we don't know. Last time we did that, we got to stare at Anisa's butt.
Well done, everyone.
Don't move. I'm detecting raptures up ahead.
What? How could raptors get in here?
There's no way raptors could have taken the path we just took.
That means we're on the right path, doesn't it?
The power thing where you have to pull on every banner. Well, I've heard a little bit about that, but I haven't noticed it really affecting me or my gameplay. I'm still just gonna roll for the characters I like and say screw it to everything else.
The way I see it, someone left the raptures there and purposely smashed up the pathway we just crossed.
Like, I'll still take Nikke's dub over a lot of different dubs. Like a lot of Funimation dubs, personally.
To keep people out.
Then could there be treasure up ahead?
I'm sure of it. And it may be the key to unlocking the secret behind these crystals.
Here too.
The raptures are alerted to your presence. Engage with caution. There are a lot of crystals in the vicinity. Rapture threat eliminated. No further presence detected. Up ahead of you. You should see an iron...
It is pretty fucking sleazy, though, I'll admit, Dawson. Especially if they're really implementing that.
Wow, this is all way more action-packed than I thought it'd be.
Hurry, let's go and open it!
You don't have to tell me twice.
Wait a moment. Something has felt off for a while now.
As long as the balance of the base game itself isn't totally fucked by that, then I don't mind. If they want to keep making, like, ridiculous challenges that are only feasible for, like, the mega whales who roll on every banner, then fine, I guess.
This all seems so artificial to me. The narrow and rugged paths, the arrangement of the crystals, even the raptures from earlier. This is definitely the work of an intelligent being.
That makes it even more exciting!
I respect your desire.
But so
to
far,
get
all
out
of the
this.
events and story chapters haven't been especially difficult at all. In fact, they've been almost too easy.
If there is an intelligent being ahead, what could it possibly be?
A crystalline human, perhaps?
You're nothing if not imaginative, Elig. Maybe we should just pass through here and head towards the cluster of crystals.
Listen to me. It's clear that someone created these crystals with a purpose.
Now, are they applying that only to future roles in the gacha? Because what about previous banners? If you have, like, a shit ton of characters and you've invested tons of stuff into Genshin, will you suddenly just get this, like, crazy stat boost out of nowhere once they decide to implement it? Yeah, Zenless Zone Zero hasn't been a problem for me. I can't say the same for Genshin because I haven't played it like a shit ton.
They're an artificial creation. Now, if you're correct and the pathway we've just traversed has all been a construction, that would indicate that there's a high chance of an intelligent being of some kind who's behind all this. In other words, the very being who created these crystals might be just...
But yeah, I want to know more about what happened to the voice actors, what their experience was, as well as what was going on at Hoyo to result in them just getting straight up replaced. The regular tickets have the wish list that lets you get a bunch of the older banner characters fairly easy if they aren't a timed one. Sure, but I'm talking about if you already have those characters from years of playing the game.
I've got so many questions running through my mind. The excitement is almost too much. I can't take it!
It could be one of the
Evangelion event? You mean like in Nikke? This isn't the same company at all, though.
There's nothing to worry about. We've got the counters with
They're not
us.
penalizing you for not
For breakfast.
gambling on older characters. No, I hear what you're saying, but I'm saying it. What if you already had old characters? Is the fact that you now have a whole bunch of old characters gonna help you?
I don't think a heretic would make a particularly healthy breakfast.
I've heard plenty, and a lot of them are stale.
Commander,
The hell?
Liverin is right.
Wait a second.
The probability of us encountering an intelligent being is high, and there is a high probability that it will be hostile. If we're particularly unlucky, we could be dealing with a heretic. I still think going ahead is the best option. While I have my reservations about this place. Hostile or not, you might be able to obtain rare and valuable information from it.
I don't know the dub for Kenshin. The new one.
Hammering. Open the door. We'll guard from behind.
Understood.
Although Kenshin's always been a pretty messy state in terms of dubs. So many different studios have had their go at it and doing it different ways. It's so confusing.
What does that sound?
It's some kind of machine running.
What is all this stuff?
As you open the iron door and enter, the first thing that catches our eye is a towering crystal standing tall in the center of the area, surrounded by a wide array of machines.
These are medical machines. Old ones at that. Let me see if I can install boom on them.
Why would that be the first thing you think of?
Commander. There's something inside the center of the crystal.
Yes. Is that a person?
Only one way to tell. I'm going to break it open. I don't think we have any other choice.
Are you sure?
I have a bad feeling about this. This thing has to be destroyed.
Are you okay, Rappy? You're kind of freaking me out.
I have to destroy it.
Don't touch it.
Oh, hey! Okay, so we're finally at this point. Fuck yeah. We got Grave! Grave in the house! Outside of, like, FMA, I never really care for him. Can't speak to Dragon Ball since I don't really watch that, but...
What the?
Don't touch it, or you die.
Who are you? What are you doing here?
I mean, we're the ones who barged in here.
Whatever that thing is, it's not registered in the database. I can't tell you anything about it.
Could it be a pilgrim?
Hammering swings her hammer at the mysterious figure. There is a dull thud as the weapon is deflected and Hammering is sent flying backward. She slams into a wall full of crystals.
Hammering!
Leave.
There is a resounding thud as a mass of steel drops beside the mysterious figure. It resembles a...
Coffin?
Get out.
Who are you? Leave.
A real genuine pilgrim. If only I could get a photo.
If you don't... leave now. I'm going to.
The mysterious figure picks up the large rectangular box and points it at us. At the end of the steel box, there's what appears to be a gun barrel.
Wait, let's talk this out.
Commander, we're engaging.
Get ready for a fight.
7 dwarves. Ready.
7 dwarves?
If they do start making it so that old characters become useless, then I would stop playing. That would be where I'm like, yep, fuck you guys. So far I haven't seen that, but if that's actually what they're gonna try and pull, then yeah. Tendrils of flame spew from the barrel. A blindingly bright sphere of light hurls past us and slams into the wall of crystals. Honestly though, like in Zenless, whenever there's new characters introduced, you get the chance to play as them for their story stuff as like a borrowed character for a while first. No, Nikke has no problem there. We're not talking about Nikke, we're talking about Hoyoverse. There is a cacophonous explosion as the wall is entirely vaporized out of existence.
What incredible firepower! This is insane!
Who are you? I said, who are you?
Gotta take a picture. Move.
Once again, the barrel starts to fire. Oh shit! Sending another luminescent sphere flying towards Liverin.
What? No!
Elig throws herself toward Liverin, pushing her out of the way of the sphere's trajectory. The sphere obliterates yet another wall.
Have you lost your mind? This is a life or death situation, and all you can think about is taking a picture? Just move aside for a moment. I'll pull back after I get a picture, okay? Hammering is hurt!
We've got to close the distance and engage in close combat.
If we can get close, that is. I'll be the decoy.
I'm detecting a massive swarm of raptures. They're coming in through the broken walls.
Ceasefire! Retreat! Anis, Neon, take care of hammering. Liverin, secure us an escape route.
On it!
You can't leave.
You just told us to leave. Another sphere hurls itself towards us. Hammering prepares to swing her hammer. It's less the voice actor and more the direction.
Have I ever told you?
And script. Script and direction.
My dream was to be a baseball player.
You did, and I don't think you'd have made a great hitter. Oh god, we're done for!
Hammering swings her hammer and hits the sphere, slamming it into the ground. The moment it makes contact, there's an enormous explosion. Kaboom! Among the sonorous blast and tumbling vibrations, plumes of dust and crystal shards fill the air. For a short moment, visibility is reduced to 0. Then, from amongst the haze, we see the hordes of raptors who have rushed from over the wall.
Encounter. Everyone check your position.
Anis, Neon, can you find that woman?
She must have fled.
I'll keep looking.
Hammering, your arm!
Well, Sentai and Funimation are both in Texas, so it's no surprise there that
I'm a bit
you'd
banged
sometimes
up,
get the same
but I'm
crew.
still standing. My arm will get better eventually.
There are a lot of crystals embedded in your arm. We've got to hurry and get them out.
First things first. We've got to eliminate these enemies. Get in formation, FF. Concentrate your firepower. Enemy down. How's hammering?
I'm fine. Sorry for holding you all up.
Stay still. We've got to get these crystals out. Commander, The central crystal is gone!
No trace of that woman from earlier either.
They got rid of the voice for Lucy in ZZZ. She was fighting the company. Yeah, that was early on. The bigger one would be Lycon, that I've heard got completely replaced. There was a period of time where he just had no voice acting lines at all. Or rather, whenever he started... he just had no dub for a while. So I guess they were being fairly gracious in that regard. Waiting for him to reprise his role eventually and then make up for lost time. But eventually, they made a very Lycon important event in the story. And we're like, you know, we can't keep pulling this bullshit. So I want to know more about the circumstances there. Shifty, talk to me.
If she was a Nikke, she's not registered in the database. And that's assuming she even is a Nikke. There's a high possibility that was a pilgrim. Target designated as unknown. Continue to track her. Whoever she is, she seems to have a close connection to this area.
Livern, you're up.
On it! I'll... Oh, for crying out loud.
Liberin, after her!
Wait a moment!
Who the fuck is calling me? You know how much I hate following up on things, and yet you forced me to do exactly that. How is it going?
Liberin, what are you doing?
Sorry, I just need a moment.
Huh? I can see that you've read my messages, yet there's no response. Interesting. Okay, fine. Have it your way. It's not like that.
Now is not the time to be using your phone.
The raptures are coming.
I hate people like that. They're like, hey, you didn't respond to me. Like, I can understand, like, waiting 24 hours and not getting a response, but Jesus.
Miss Liverin! I'll figure something out.
Liverin roughly shoves her cell phone into her pocket.
Let's go. I'll
Roughly.
guide you.
A moment later.
Wait a second. This path.
Yes, it's the same as the one that led us to the crystal cluster. I'm willing to bet that's where our mysterious friend is headed.
Did anyone else hear her say 7 dwarfs?
Yes, I definitely heard it.
Who in the world is she? And what about the thing inside the crystal?
Could it be the crystal human Alec mentioned?
No, it seemed like it was a Nikke.
What was she trying to do?
Considering how well hidden it was, I'd say this place was intended to be off limits. And those medical devices... I don't have a clue.
Oh, I thought you were about to have an epiphany.
How are you holding up, Hammering?
I'm okay.
No, you're not. Your back is fine, but you've still got a load of crystal fragments stuck in your arm. I extracted as many as I could, but some of them were practically microscopic. We need to wrap this mission up quickly and get you back for a detailed examination.
All I've got to do is clench my fist and they'll pop out on their own.
Don't be a fool. And don't go swinging your hammer at an opponent you've never seen before. There's no way of knowing she was even looking for a fight.
She was pointing a gun at us, so I decided to make the first move.
Fair enough.
I wouldn't just swing my hammer at anyone.
Okay. I'm sorry.
What is up with you? You've got a face like you just ate a crap sandwich.
That makes me laugh. That's good. It's cute.
How would you know what a crap sandwich tastes like?
You know I didn't mean that literally.
We need to keep moving. But first, let me respond to this customer.
Excuse me?
It's extremely important.
Being this far out and still having to work must be tough.
Yeah, it isn't easy.
Sorry. Got compromised by some raptors. Or surprised. I'm really sorry. I was trying to contact you, but I didn't have a chance. I'll make sure it doesn't happen again. Master? Is something the matter? You don't seem to be checking the messages. Hello? Are you angry? I'm sorry. Please, just don't harm Fragile. I beg you. I'll do anything. Oh. Oh, boy. Huh? Did you block me? You bitch!
No. Oh no. No.
What's wrong?
Commander, you have connections in the central government, don't you?
Yes, but why?
Perhaps.
There she is, up ahead.
She looks worn out.
Probably from having to haul all that gear with her.
She does seem a bit
I see your thing,
overwhelmed.
Dawson.
Maybe we should help her out?
I'm not sure I know exactly what you're referring to, though.
Sure. Let's go and ask if she needs a hand.
Stop following me.
Certainly big companies like Square Enix have gone down the DEI trail, but yeah.
Then why don't you come over to us? That way we won't have to follow you.
Luckily, I forgot who it was.
Don't play word games with me.
Okay, sorry.
Who are you? What is that coffin you're carrying around? And what did you mean when you said 7 dwarves?
You don't need to know.
We just want to talk. We're not your enemy.
You're a human. Humans are perfidious creatures.
See ya, Saskia.
Keep their promises. They're just like the rest.
Who are you to say that you know the commander?
Humans are all the same. So stay away.
Rappy, Anise, Neon. Let's approach carefully.
Roger.
With our hands out in the air, we cautiously move forward, one step at a time.
Don't come near.
The unknown pulls something that looks like a giant stake from her bag and inserts it into the nearby crystal.
The crystal!
The crystal begins to expand. The crystal expands in the blink of an eye. That before we can do anything, it has created a barrier between us and the unknown.
No. Did she give some kind of energy to that crystal for it to absorb?
Everyone move. I'm gonna break it.
Hammering chips at the wall of crystal blocking our way. It quickly shatters, but reveals nothing on the other side.
She's gone. We know she was heading towards the crystal cluster, so we can continue to follow her.
The ground begins to
What
shake.
is that?
Is it an earthquake?
I'm detecting anomalies in the nearby crystals.
What's going on? Why are they flickering like that?
The nearby crystals begin to grow at a rapid rate.
Oh shit! Everybody get out! The crystals are expanding.
We're being hemmed in.
Isn't this the way we just came?
Yes, but it's completely blocked now.
Left! Go left!
The ground to the left has turned entirely into crystal!
Then towards 11 o'clock!
Wow, that crystal looks like a bird. It wasn't there before.
I agree, Dante. That's pretty fucked up. If they actually implement it. I haven't seen it happen yet
Destroyed!
in any of the games that I've played. I mean, you'll sometimes get power creep where the newer characters just tend, like, they're trying to make the newer characters more appealing so that you'll actually roll for them. And sometimes that creates power creep of itself in the meta. But the point where it makes older characters useless is like, fuck that.
The crystals are expanding faster and faster. We're not going to be able to go back the way we came.
Without giving you ways to, like, upgrade those older characters, that kind of stuff.
Maybe I'm just imagining things, but it seems like the crystals are expanding in our direction.
No, you're right. They're definitely heading.
Which is why I tend to like single-player games that are one and done better. They're at least properly balanced individually.
As far as the crystals are concerned, we're a source of nutrition. What in the world was that thing the unknown inserted into the crystal? Surely there couldn't have been enough energy in that thing to cause all these crystals to expand so dramatically.
What should we do?
Since the path has been destroyed, going back isn't an option. We'll proceed towards the crystal cluster.
What?
Yep, it would make me bitter. The crystal cluster is at the end of the city. There should be an exit somewhere around there.
Understood. Liverin, can you find us a path leading to the crystal cluster?
Yes, I can. Follow me.
I'll take the front along with Miss Liverin.
Huh?
I'll use this auxiliary battery to distract the crystals. If you overload the auxiliary battery, you can create a temporary burst of energy. Since these crystals are so drawn to energy, I could throw it and use it to distract them. I've got about 20 batteries, so they should come in handy.
Where do you even have space for all those batteries?
Things are starting to get hairy around here. We better get a move on.
All right.
Da 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 da.
To the right, Alec.
Got it. Wow, this is working pretty well. They don't care about us at all. They're focusing entirely on the batteries. I think we'll
She
be able
ate
to
all the
proceed
batteries.
quite safely.
Way to think on your feet, Alec. All I've done is sit around and panic.
Well, the path did
She does have some
appear,
pretty
so I
poofy ass
understand why
sleeves
you'd
though.
be a bit
Keep a lot in
overwhelmed.
there.
I know I'd probably panic if I was suddenly left without any electronic devices.
But you wouldn't immediately give up and have to depend on others.
Huh?
The moment I get lost, I give up and have to rely entirely on others. It doesn't matter who it is.
That's called helping each other out.
Helping each other.
Commander, are you okay?
I'm fine.
We've covered quite a bit of distance, but you're keeping up. Your stamina is much better than it used to be.
Totally. It feels like only yesterday that Rappy was having to carry Master around on her back.
Yeah, one of the more recent events indicate that Commander is certainly not simply a normal human.
I don't recall the commander ever requiring that much assistance.
How are you doing, Hammering?
All good. Feeling a bit sluggish, but nothing I can't handle.
I've already requested support and arranged for you to receive treatment the moment you get back.
Thanks, Shifty. You're the best.
You're welcome. I'm picking up the unknown at 10 o'clock.
Off in the distance, the unknown can be seen. She's moving at a slow pace. So long as we remain undetected, we should be able to approach her.
Ella, can you give me an auxiliary battery?
He's not a
One that'll
clone,
do the trick.
but like I said, unless we look at that event, it would be spoilers.
Sure, but why?
Dude, I love the dub for Iori Aoshi, so you're wrong. You're wrong. Kaoru-sama!
I'm gonna throw
She's
it
probably
over there
butthurt by the
along the
honorifics.
How are you possibly going to get it that far out?
I'm gonna give it a whack with my hammer.
Oh.
I did not roll for any of the new Evangelion characters. I only have the, well, other than the free ones, but yeah.
Incoming fire!
I'll deflect it.
Everyone, get back! It's a high-powered lightning shock. Expected impact point between the front and rear.
The projectile slams into the ground, causing a vivid electric discharge to pour out. I'm glad there's someone else here who knows what Iori Aoshi is. That's pretty cool. And that was a Bandai dub. They usually do pretty good.
I'll destroy it.
Don't! If you approach it before the lightning subsides...
I have the
you'll be
first
incinerated.
Asuka, but that's about it.
Damn, I didn't expect this.
Ah, we were too slow on the draw.
Liverin, Elig, can you hear me? A voice rings out from beyond the crystal wall.
Yes, we can hear you.
Once the lightning... Wait, what? Yeah, lightning subsides. Let's break through this wall.
It's coming again!
Everyone spread out. We'll meet at the crystal cluster.
Okay.
See you there.
Another lightning shot falls in front of us, and the crystal expands. Hammering is pretty cool. We beat a swift retreat and move away from the main path. Unfortunately, she's NPC jail. like a lot of these new characters are.
I don't see her anymore. Do you?
Nope. She seems to have gone somewhere else.
What about the path?
I mean, don't get me wrong, there's a lot of woke bullshit out there.
Just a bit further, and we should be at the crystal cluster. I hope everyone else finds their way there.
I'm worried. They don't have a guide.
They'll be fine. They're good at thinking on their feet.
You pulled my?
We're not that far from the cluster either, so they'll find the way. If anyone should be worried, it's us.
Why should we worry? We've got you as a guide.
Small consolation considering how useless I've been.
Miss Liverin?
Yes?
Why did you volunteer for this mission?
I wanted to improve my lot in life. Why else?
I've been thinking, couldn't you just do something else?
I understand what you're saying, but it's not that simple.
Yeah, Pulchra finally is playable. That's interesting. We got
There's plenty of other transportation.
Furry
means.
Girl and Zenless.
Deliveries aren't the only option.
They're treating her as, you know, kind of a regular SR, so she's not especially
You
hard to
hate having
get.
to pander to others. Couldn't you try some other line of work, even if the pay isn't quite as nice?
They even gave one version of her away for free by playing the event.
Miss Liverin, you signed up for this mission for a different reason, didn't you?
Yes, that's right.
And you're not gonna tell me, or anyone else, what it is?
Could you tell me the last bit of plot you remember, Caitlin? I think the gist of it is that we finally have made our way to the center of all these clustered crystals, and we saw what looked like a girl entrapped in crystal, which was strange. And then we got attacked by a chick with abs and her face blocked off. We saw from the Cinderella event from a previous stream that this is Grave, Cinderella's maker, and now we're chasing her down because we don't know the full details of that yet. Who's the other Aoi? And we're finding out that Liverin has some ulterior motives going on with this mission.
It's true that I wanted to escape, but I'm sorry. I just can't trust you with that information yet.
Well, if that's how you feel, there's not much I can do about it.
I'm sorry if I hurt your feelings, but I'm also curious. You seem to be doing perfectly fine, and aren't under a tremendous amount of pressure. Why did you volunteer for such a dangerous mission?
What are you talking about? I'm under a lot of stress.
The one I talked about in the waifu files. An Aoi? Oh, duh. Sorry. Tosaka. I forgot that was her.
Don't look at me like I'm crazy.
Oh,
Yeah, it finally kicked off pretty well. But basically, what I'm pretty sure is going on is that Grave is trying to protect the remnants of Cinderella after everything that we saw in that last event, and she's thinking of us as a threat. I think Anby looks way better as her basic form, but I like having both, personally.
The reason I came here is simple. I need a way to relieve my stress. The very act of living is stressful for me.
why?
Tens of millions of people live in the Ark.
Taimanin in general is, like, totally a hentai.
Except for the Outer Rim, the infrastructure in the Ark is extremely advanced, and most people enjoy it. But it's strange. There's no power plant on the Ark. No thermal, wind, hydro, or nuclear power. Nothing. And that, my friend, is where the problem arises. Everyone lives comfortably in their cushy society, but they never ask themselves, where does all that energy come from? Well, I know the answer. That's why I came here. Once you find out the answer as well, I'm sure you won't want to spend another second in the Ark.
Ugh. Yeah, that's crazy.
We've got a problem.
What is it?
My eyes are killing me.
What's up?
I think it's because I kept my supervision on this entire time.
But those are part of your glasses, not your actual eyes.
Yeah, but I still have to see through them.
Well, I guess some things are lost along the way when you try to appeal to a mobile audience that you can't just do straight up hentai with.
Then give them to me, and I'll wear them.
Hey, don't go trying to mooch off my unique abilities just because you can't contribute anything in this scenario.
Jeez, that's hitting below the belt.
Sorry.
Commander, the light source from the crystal cluster is noticeably closer.
Have you ever seen Cat's Eye? They're putting a remake of it? I'd rather look at the original before I check out this remake. Most anime remakes are just done terribly, in my opinion. They lose all the charm of the original. They become flatter and more commercial, I guess, if that makes a sense. Like mass-produced as opposed to artistic. We haven't done the Rappy backstory chapter yet, have we? I don't think we have. So that also reveals the big secret about the Ark. Yeah, City Hunter, I know a little bit more about. Yeah, we must be getting close. It's also getting warmer.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I can handle it for now.
The expansion of the crystals has slowed down significantly. Barring any unforeseen occurrences, we should arrive near the crystal cluster soon.
Will Liverin and Eleg be okay?
I don't foresee any major issues with them. Liverin will act as a guide, and they're good in a pinch. The only thing that concerns me is their combat skills.
Brotherhood was an interesting example. It got better. It started off kind of crappy compared to 2004, but got better.
Even so, the raptures here are all weakened, so I think it'll be okay.
Preaching to the choir there, Dawson.
Speaking of which, what are raptures doing here anyway?
Huh? There are raptures littered all over here. Wait. It is a bit strange. It feels like some kind of graveyard.
Oh, I can't stand the new Rurouni Kenshin.
This place is filled with crystals that consume raptures for nutrients.
The cinematography, the pacing, all of it is just
Why would
so
there
much
still be
worse.
raptures remaining here?
I guess it's better than, like, the more boring episodes and fillery episodes of the original. But when the original Kenshin series was doing well, it did a hell of a lot better than the remake.
There are two possibilities. Either some of the raptures have adapted to this area and are able to remain.
Someone compared that initial fight where, like, Kaoru's attacking Kenshin when they first meet, the way that it's handled in the anime versus how it's handled in the remake is completely different. Coco and Encanto? Interesting.
Or someone has been bringing these raptures in here.
I don't play Girls Frontline 2, so I don't know what's in the new event, but yeah.
Personally, I think the latter theory makes more sense.
Agreed. If these crystals were an artificial creation, whoever made them would have also brought in raptures as a food source.
What do you think could be behind this thing?
I'm not sure.
Is it just me, or does the ground feel a little unstable?
You're right. I'm reading subtle changes in the positional values. To the left. Rapture units are on the move.
I know, but it's another gacha game and I can only play so many of those. A massive horde of raptors surges forth, causing the ground to tremble.
Where did they all come from?
And why are they moving like that?
Something isn't right. They're moving at breakneck speed. Far too fast to be on the prowl. It's almost as if they're running away. I mean, I don't have a problem with some of these new remakes being more faithful to the source material, but they also do it in a very cheap and lifeless manner. But Brotherhood, the earlier parts of Brotherhood were like really crappy because they were just playing catch up with the original series and it looked kind of lame. But then later on in Brotherhood, it started to get really good in terms of production values and stuff.
We'll be arriving at the Crystal Cluster soon. Stay alert. We can only assume that cluster has something to do with those raptures retreating.
The Fullmetal Alchemist live actions are exceptionally corny. Really bad effects. Melodramatic acting. In my opinion, those things just ruin it for me, personally. We arrive at the Crystal Cluster, which is truly gargantuan. The intensity of the light and heat emitting from it are equally formidable. I seriously doubt that I'll be able to get any closer to it.
So surreal seeing it up close.
So, what do we do now?
I think we'll have to wait until LA gets here.
Suddenly, hammering breaks off into a sprint.
Where are you going?
Ellig and Liverin are over there.
Huh? Where?
They're stuck in the crystal cluster.
What?
What?
As I look in the direction hammering is rushing off towards. We get some Nikke butts just for you. I can see 2 pairs of buttocks, or rather, lower halves, sticking out of the crystal cluster. Yeah, I feel like that. It's like you've seen the original, we don't have to try. That kind of feels right. I don't know. I'm very, very burned out of the gameplay of FGO. It's lost its novelty, like, so long ago. But the story I'm still curious about, yeah. Which clearly belonged to Liverin and Ellig.
Did they get split in half?
Doesn't seem like it.
How are you so sure?
They're still moving. For all intents and purposes, they seem unharmed.
You think so?
I do. Listen closely. You can hear their voices.
What is this place? What am I doing in here?
This is just great. We're stuck in here with our butts towards the sky. What if the commander sees us? I didn't have a chance to properly shower today.
Let's go get them out of there.
All right.
Can I shut off my supervision now? My eyes are killing me.
You've had it on this whole time? By the way, aren't places like
They
this
have been Winnie the
marked by
Pooh'd.
something?
One would think.
But this time it's actually, like, exciting.
When do you think we can expect this particular gatekeeper to arrive?
Personally, if it were me, I'd do a dive bomb from the sky.
Lord class, incoming!
A rapture consumed by crystals falls from the sky, blocking our way.
Leon, I swear to God.
It wasn't me. I was just saying.
The crystals create an ear-piercing sound.
Engage.
Do you think this is what caused those raptures to turn tail and run?
No. I'm willing to bet it was something else. Everyone stay frosty.
Roger.
Frosty the snowman!
Certainly don't see that every day.
It absorbed all the surrounding electricity and expanded instantaneously.
Can we even call this thing a rapture?
No. I think coming up with another designation would be advisable.
If anything, it feels more like a moving crystal garden.
Yes, slow moving and absorbing all the energy around it. Its purpose seems to be expanding the territory which the crystals occupy. As far as the raptures are concerned, it's death on wheels.
That's why they ran from it.
Can you blame them? I'd run too.
First, let's deal with these two. Hammering attempts to wrench Liverin and Ellig from the crystal cluster.
Ow! Don't pull so hard, will ya?
I'm trying, but you're really stuck in there.
Are you saying I'm fat?
Just stay still.
Yes. But that might not be relevant in this case.
I can't! I'm too ticklish! Whoa, watch the hands!
This isn't working. I'm gonna break the crystal.
No,
You don't know what will happen.
Grave must have rammed him. I forgot how they got into this situation. Right now, I only play Zenless, Nikke, and FGO.
We also don't know what will happen if you stay stuck in here like this.
Fair point.
All right, I'm gonna go for it. Oh, wait a second. Does anyone here have a location tracker?
I've got one! No spy ever goes without one!
Throw it to me. Whatever you do, don't come any closer.
Okay.
Neon tosses the location tracker to Hammering. Hammering attaches it to herself.
The ground here feels awfully unstable. I think this crystal cluster is gonna come toppling down any second.
What?
Everyone, stay back! No matter what happens, just come and look for us.
Wait, what are you saying?
What's going on? Can someone please explain?
Hold on tight, Miss Liverin.
Hold on to what?
Anything! Just not me.
You're the only thing I can hold on to.
What's happening?
Abnormal vibrations detected.
We'll be waiting for you. I don't plan on dying just yet.
These games never have a stopping point. That's the thing. Until they're done. There's a massive rumbling, and everything around us starts to shake. Soon after, the crystal cluster starts to slowly sink below the ground. In a scene that seemingly defies reality, the entire cluster tumbles below the surface. Rappy runs toward the collapsing cluster. All of the raging heat and blinding light that filled the area, only a few moments ago, are now gone, vanished from sight. I'm utterly baffled as to what just happened.
Commander. Here.
I walk over to where Rappy is standing.
Look down there.
The area where the crystal cluster went down now consists of a seemingly bottomless abyss. Rappy ignites a flare and tosses it down into the hole. Thanks to the flare's illumination, we're able to confirm what this cavernous opening truly is. This is...
Yes, it's an elevator shaft.
Oh? Oh snap. Oh snappity-dappity-doo. Now we've got 1 hour left. I think I'm going to put a mark in here and show you guys something a little more fun in the game. Because I noticed they added this for the event quest, and it was pretty good. But it says it's locked. How does that work? Oh, you have to unlock it. Duh. This part is fucking hilarious. I can't remember if this is their April Fools or not, but it was pretty fucking funny. Today is the day I've been waiting for. Last year, during April Fool's Day, I was overly familiar with the holiday, or wasn't, which left me open to all the subtle trickery of my friends. This year, however, will be different. This time, it will be me who has the upper hand. I've wondered for a long time how exactly this would turn out, but for now, I'm just gonna have fun. So, first up... Rappy, what's the matter? Fire! Huh? There's a fire in the commander's room! Commander, are you okay? Huh? Can you turn off the lights? I thought you said there was a fire. Yeah, the lights are so bright. It feels like the fire, my eyes are on fire. Rampy glances at the calendar beside my bed. Ah, I get it. Looking visibly miffed, Rampy turns off the lights and leaves. For a brief moment, I feel a slight pang in my conscience, but I won't stop. Anise, we've got trouble. What is it? There's something strange on my window. Huh? Quick, come save me! I'm coming. Commander! Anise! What's on your window? There's too much sunlight coming in from the window. What? Could you please close the curtains? That's what you were so frantic about? What's going on here? Happy April Fool's... Happy April Fool's Day. So this is how you're gonna play it, are you? Okay, fine. I got it. Anise leaves the commander's room. Another one down. Master, help! There's someone strange in the dormitory. Ah! I think it's safe to ignore those. I should head outside. Today, I will be a pathological liar. I will do nothing but lie incorrigibly wherever I go, no matter who I talk to. If it weren't any other day, doing this would land me in a heap of trouble, but today is a special day, when all lies are forgiven. I don't know about that, bro. Now, let's begin. It's just when people are stupid enough to try, whether or not they have consequences. Hello, Sugar. Good morning, partner. I saw Milk at the cafe throwing out all the sugar. Is that okay? What? She was tossing them all out so that she could create a world with just milk coffee. Let's go, Black Typhoon. Seems we've got ourselves a new foe. Before I can reveal it's April Fool's Day, Sugar peels off in her motorcycle. It should be fine, since it's all in good fun. I offer a candy to I think it's Micah, who is passing by. Would you like a candy? Huh? Sure, I'd love some. I had a rough start to the day. The Lorda gave me some hot sauce flavored candy earlier. Huh? Ugh, old timer, does this candy have hot sauce in it? Yep, April Fools! Micah walks away mumbling to herself. What are you doing here, weakling? Why are you out wandering at this hour? If you have that much time on your hands, it would do you well to study more of the combat manual. Eunhwa, is it me, or do you look more full-figured today? Not yet. Have you finally gone mad? No, I'm serious. Did those exercises I've been doing actually work? Just kidding, April Fools. I'm going to kill you. I run off in a hurry. Whoa. After sprinting for a good long while, I stop at a random playground and catch my breath. Huh. That was fun. No, her glow-up is phenomenal, though. Wait, where the fuck is the maid cafe? Aha. Right, when she's doing the caretaker of the hot springs resort, yeah. Welcome. Welcome, master. Come on in. Are you in the mood for some good food? Yes. What can I make for you? Say the word and we'll make it happen. I'd like a fluffy wuffy bunny cake, please. Coming right up. Thank you. A moment later. One fluffy wuffy bunny pancake. Or cake. Enjoy! Just a moment. I'll spray some ketchup on it for you. It's a cake. Keep that away. Oh! Now it's ready to eat. Thanks. I take a bite of the cake. Ugh! Drop the fork that I was holding and grip my throat. Master, are you okay? What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Is some cake stuck in your throat? Well, my favorite individual Nikke would be Milk, so I guess it's her whole squad. Soda, call 911, quick! Alright. Don't die on us, Master. I forget, what's the number for 911? Can I also have an Americano? Huh? What did you... What's an Americano? Master, did you prank us just now? Yep, April Fools. That's not funny. Do you know how worried I was that something bad had happened to you? So, you're okay after all? You shouldn't mess around like that, Master, even if it's April Fools. You liar. You went too far with that one. Fine, as an apology, I'll order a plate of omurice. Okay. Aide, I'll go make an omurice for Master. You two can amuse yourselves in the meantime. Are you sure about that? Do you think you can handle that on your own? Of course, trust me. Master, I'll make it especially delicious just for you. Uh-oh. With an oddly bright smile, Coco heads into the kitchen. A moment later. Here's your omurice, Master. Why aren't you eating it? I want you to take a bite first. Oh, I'm good. I made it just for you. So you go ahead and eat it. It's too big for me to eat on my own. You go ahead and have a bite. I offer a spoonful to Coco. You really want me to eat it? Yes. Really? Yes. Coco squeezes her eyes shut and downs the bite of omurice. Would you pull New Eunhwa if she got a banner? Yes, I would, Dawson. I would in a heartbeat. I'm just waiting for it to happen. How is it? It's delicious. Really? Then you can have it all. I feel perfectly satisfied just watching you eat. I'll go ahead and pay the bill and be on my way. I'll be off! Aid, Soda, help me. I don't feel so good. Ugh. Coco! Coco! Where is the observatory? There we go. Welcome, Commander. Delta's the one that gives you a blowjob. Like, no joke, it's pretty heavily implied. It's an emergency! What? What's going on? There's no time to dilly-dally. I just found something spectacular up on the surface. What is it? A what? A Compsognathus. I think that sounds fun because I have no clue what that is. What is that? A dinosaur. Could you repeat that? I must have misheard. A dinosaur. A dinosaur on the surface? Huh? I don't understand. How can that be possible? If you don't believe me, check the observation equipment. Alright, I will. Delta begins to survey the surface. Do you know what date today is? It's a... Oh my gosh, there it is! How did you end up running into a dinosaur? It must have been fascinating to see a dinosaur for the first time. There are even ones that fly, like pterodactyls. We better get ready to head up to the surface right away. Huh? I've dealt with my fair share of raptors, but I'm kinda nervous about catching a dinosaur. I better prepare an extra large net so that it'll be easier to capture them. Wait. Not believing what I'm hearing, I peer into the observation equipment. I don't see anything. How are they not dinosaurs? I mean, you would know, but why? Is it, like, kind of semantic? Nothing is showing up on the monitors. That's right, because I lied. April Fools. Ah, impressive. Everyone thinks I'm such a stick in the mud, but that's not who I am at all. When did you realize I was pulling your leg? As soon as you walked in here with a cartoonish grin on your face. So from the very beginning. Still, it was fun. When Signal comes later, I'll do it to her. Tell me how that turns out. I will. I will look forward to next April Fools. But no, seriously, if we go into the command center and go into advise... Where's Delta? She's on the list somewhere. She's probably pretty far down for me. Where are you, Delta? Aha! Go into her thing and then watch the last episode. Alright, let me skip to the good parts. Which story event are you referring to? The one with the flowers and stuff in the garden? No. I owe you so much for your grace and benevolence. Thank you, Commander. Thank you. I'm glad I could help. With that being said, now I will find a way to lead a normal life for my own sake. I want to be happy. It won't just be because I need to conduct an undercover investigation. Actually, I've been taking lessons for a while now. From who? From Signal. Signal is a drama fan. As a passionate viewer and critic of romance dramas, Shell gleans a lot of insights and knowledge about leading a normal life from on-screen portrayals. So there's a lot to learn from just the stories told by her. Learning about normal life from a drama fan? There's no need to worry. As much as I am an expert in the field of military, Signal is an expert in that field. I learn how to blend in and be more normal from Signal. Not only that, I've also mastered special skills that can be used in relationships with men. Special skills? Yes, for example, Commander, come to my room for some instant noodles. Huh? Babe, do you want to come in for some instant noodles? Do you understand the lines you're reciting? Of course. Right after guard duty, eating instant noodles is the most effective way to build camaraderie. Among these methods, cooking instant noodles directly out of the bag is incomparable. I see. So will you come to my room now? Just give me 5 minutes so I can fold the blankets properly and put them away. Okay, you can do that. Yes, sir. Soon in Delta's room. Please make yourself comfortable. I set the water to boil and it should be done in 3 minutes. Alright. But you see, actually, Signal, an ordinary civilian woman in the drama, has taught me more. I was a little hesitant to act on most of them. What do you mean? For example, hugging an attractive man you just met 5 minutes ago, or going to an accommodation after kissing, gathering the daily whereabouts of your crush, only to create coincidental meetups. If I were to imitate the same kind of behavior, it would be seen as kidnapping or controlling. My conscience wouldn't allow it. However, there is one thing I was able to try. According to Signal, military drama romance comedy is a popular trend. After a special forces soldier outdid her superior with exceptional strategies and tactics. In fact, she outdid her superior in almost every aspect. If even things like that are considered ordinary, then I would like to try it too. Wait. This is the only thing in my field of expertise. And now, I have a respected commander for me to outdo and impress. Personally, I think it's a perfect situation. Then, can I jump in? My mind is going blank. There seems to be a long way to go. Until Delta becomes an ordinary girl. So there you go. It's pretty heavily implied. Thought you'd want to know that. I was quite surprised myself, but apparently there's a lot of scenes like that in Nikke. I just haven't been reading a lot of their Bond stuff. Go to the police station. They haven't gotten to the part I want to in this whole April Fool's bit. Oh, Commander! Hello, Commander! Hello, where's Polly? She just left for patrol. What brings you to the police station? I've been assigned to work with you guys at the police station starting today. What? Really? You're gonna become a police officer? That's right. No kidding. Query, did you hear anything about this? I did. A few days ago, Polly mentioned that there might be a new rookie cop joining us. She must have been talking about the commander. Polly was tight-lipped about it at the time because she said it hadn't been confirmed 100%. But then, who's gonna command us? I'm sure they'll send in another rookie commander to take over. Oh, really? Well, as long as we'll be working with the commander, I'm happy. She looks a little like Bazette, I suppose. Very different personality. Well, we should get to work so that Polly doesn't chew us out when she gets back. What do you say we start delegating the different tasks? I had to take on a few responsibilities as soon as I joined. I've got a lot on my plate right now, so would it be okay if you took some of them, Miranda? Sure, no problem. Come with me, Commander. Okay. This is going much further than I thought it would. I better find a good moment to tell them it's a ruse as soon as possible. First, you can start with cleaning the detention cell. That responsibility was originally delegated to me. But now that you're taking over, you can do it. Start by cleaning the window frames thoroughly. On the first floor, give the first floor a cursory sweep, followed by a thorough mopping. Finally, get rid of the graffiti on the walls. Huh? We don't normally have to do all that. Since the commander's a rookie, he's got to go through his initiations. Ah, I see. Call me when you're done. And don't let me see you miss a single spot. Okay? A few minutes later, as I'm in the midst of cleaning the cell, I have the feeling that things aren't turning out quite like I had hoped. Perhaps I should tell them that I was lying. Oh, right. Do you all know what today is April Fool's Day? Hey, you're right, it is. Everything is going so smoothly that it slipped my mind. I just remembered it myself. I remember last year being full of various pranks, but today seems unusually quiet. Yeah, super quiet. In fact, I think someone pulling a prank would liven things up a bit. Actually, don't be silly, Miranda. Who would be stupid enough to lie to a police officer on April Fool's Day? Everyone knows that you should never lie to the police, no matter what. I guess you're right. Oh, I remember now. Polly said that if anyone attempted to lie to us today, we'd have to press charges for obstruction of justice. Commander, are you okay? You're sweating. Commander? Huh? Sorry, but I just got fired. What? So quickly? Who fired you? Deputy Chief Anderson. I need to get back to my regular duties. I'll see you around. I rush out of the police station, leaving Miranda and Query looking bewildered. Unlike last year, today I've been trying to align to the Nikkes with reckless abandon. However, it would be a shame to end it here. I want to enjoy it a little more. Whoever wants it hot and heavy, meet me in hotel room 704. Huh? What? What did you say? I prefer things that are cold. Count me out. Is that really you, Commander? I'll be waiting. The more the merrier. My phone starts to vibrate non-stop. I should shut off my phone for a while. I should get prepared. A moment later. Perfect. I hope they like it. I stare at what I've prepared for the Nikkes with pride. Come in. Pit Boss? What's up with this message? Hot and heavy? Oh, I went beet red as soon as I read it. You were so shocked that we called off our practice and headed straight here. Sweetie! How dare you send such a sexy message in the group chat? You should have sent it to me privately. Mister, you should have given me a heads up that you wanted some personal time together. I would have prepared the room beforehand. Commander, why on earth would you send a message like this in the group chat? Delete it immediately. Is this some kind of stuff you're into? Is that the kind of stuff you're into? Commander, don't tell me you're sick again. Newbie, why don't we try out another room this time? What are all you doing here? Yulha? Why are you here? That's why I wanted to ask all of you. Why are you here? Everyone calm down. How do you expect us to be so calm after sending a message like that? What exactly did you mean by hot and heavy? Wait, are we going to do this all together? I thought it was going to be just me and Noir. Mister, get all of them out of here. I want Sweetie all to myself. A bit of silence, please. I need a bit more time, so please wait a moment. I turn my back to the Nikkes. I suppose it'd be easier to eat if I peeled it. What are you doing? Why is your arm moving up and down like that? Hold on. You're not... Oh my gosh, I can't look. Viewer discretion is advised. Have you no shame? Just a moment, I'm turning around now. Huh? Ta-da! Roasted sweet potatoes. Ouch, they're hot. As I turn back over to the anxious crowd of Nikkes, I reveal a bunch of hot roasted sweet potato parfaits. God, that was a freaky look on frickin'... Wow. She usually doesn't have that expression. Is that what you meant by hot and heavy? Where's my gun? In your hand, literally. The atmosphere in the room suddenly seems to run cold. So hot. I got here as fast as I could. Huh? What's going on in here? Why does everyone seem so angry? You could cut the tension in here with a knife. While holding the bunch of sweet potatoes I've peeled, I beat a swift retreat. I beat a swift retreat. No, this is no good. Lying is fun, but all of these have been small, petty falsehoods. I need a real whopper. One that'll make me a liar for the ages. Yes, that could work. It's a risky proposition, but the potential payoff is worth it. See you in. What is it? I'm busy. You think you're so good at pushing people around? Huh? Meet me up on the surface. Have you lost your mind? Is this Dai? Yes. Don't move. I'm coming to where you are. I'm gonna set you straight. Article 4, Section 1 of the Ark's Law states that CEOs of the Big Three must remain abreast of the situation up on the surface. What are you babbling about? Meet me at the elevator to go for a grand tour of the surface. What's this all about? For a while, there's no further response from Siuin. Is this for real? Wait, is she actually going to... Anytime we report to the surface, we have to be escorted by one commander and a squadron. You obviously could be the commander. I'll leave formulating the squadron to you as well. Okay, The law also stipulates that we have to be armed. I'll bring my own weapon. I'll be waiting for you in front of the elevator. Is this actually happening? I better ask for help. I need to go to the surface with Seoin. Alright. Really? That's amazing. Master, apparently we require an escort, so could you all come with us? Sure. Sounds fun. Something new for a change. Sounds more like trouble to me. I admire you for trying, Commander, but do you really think we'd believe that you roped Seoin into something? Have I told you yet about the weird person in the dormitory? I'm telling you, this is real. No, I will not have time to read the new event today. I'll be wrapping up actually as soon as this part's done. Sure it is. Whatever you say, Commander. Enjoy your trip. Bring us back some presents on the way. Great. Now I'm the commander that cried wolf. I suppose I can go ask Matisse. Matisse, I need help. Birdie, what seems to be the problem? No, it doesn't matter. I shall help no matter what the issue. You weakling. How weak can you be, crawling to us on your hands and knees for assistance? Asking for help is nothing to be ashamed of. That's true. We should help each other when times are tough. So, what is it? It's unlike you to come to us asking for help. I hope you haven't gotten yourself into trouble. I don't know how to lie. Cutie. Word gets around, you know. We know what you've been doing to the other Nikkes. That's all just a misunderstanding. Oh, I'm sure, but we're very busy. Please, I beg you. Well, if the situation is that serious, then I guess we have no choice but to help. What do you need? Whatever it is, you can count on me. That's what Matisse is for. Although we can't help with any criminal activities. I'm going to the surface with Seoin. Oh my, I don't even want to know how things got to this point. And where do we come into the picture? I need an escort. An escort? When do we need to escort? Or who? You idiot, scroll up and read. Oh! We're escorting Cutie? Who's that? It's an adorable person. How wonderful! Escorting an adorable person? Count me in. I, Laplace the hero, shall shoulder the burden of escorting this majestic cutie to their intended destination. Ugh, my head. I've got some aspirin. Do you want some? Alright, I think I understand what's going on here. To be honest, Seoin came to us first asking for an escort. What? She wanted us to go up with you. You two are likely to make quite a motley crew. So we'll keep our distance and offer backup from afar when needed. You tricked me. Cutie, I'll see you up on the surface. I should head to the elevator. Sorry, I'm trying to get through this as fast as possible. It's taking longer than I expected. In front of the elevator leading to the surface. Huh? What is this? Why are you alone? Where are the others? We decided to meet up on the surface. I'm being honest. Fine. Let's go. Also, I'm going to say this up front. I'm only coming for along for an hour. Don't expect me to do any heavy lifting or anything of the sort. Up on the surface? What a dump. I don't see what the fuss is about. Why bother reclaiming this miserable place? Alright, we've seen enough. Let's go back. Okay. Fortunately, nothing happened during our time up on the surface. All we have to do is leave and act as if nothing happened. Huh? This is bad. Hey, what are you doing? Let's hurry up and get out of here. Can't you hear me? Let's go. Seoin, calm down and listen. I think the elevator is broken. What? Let me see. I think the motor is broken. We can't fix it, not now at least. We'll have to use another elevator to get down. Where's our escort? Call them so that they can get us out of here. Siwen, don't get mad, but there is no escort. It's just you and me. Are you lying to me? It's the truth. You said they were meeting us up on the surface. Was that a lie? April Fools. Cut it out with the April Fools crap. Our lives are in danger, you moron. Shh, don't yell. I'm going to contact Matisse. I knew this would happen, so I prepared a contingency plan just in case. Hold on. Why is the alpha particle concentration so high? My comms are down. Don't just stand there, do something. I will if you just be quiet. Raptures! You brought your weapon, didn't you? Give it to me. You won't be able to use it. I had biometrics installed on it. Things are going from bad to worse. Come on, what's the plan? Okay, just calm down and listen. You keep telling me to calm down and listen, but haven't even so much as mentioned a single plan. I'll take command. Let's fight the Raptures. I knew you were gonna say something stupid like that. You just want to use me as a meat shield while you scurry off. Do I look like someone who would do that? Damn it. You better not let me get hit. Figure something else out. Leave it to me. Matisse said they would come, so they're probably nearby. They don't know the full situation, and since our comms are down, they're probably keeping their distance, observing us. We'll just have to trust that they realize what's happening. Ah! Here they come!
You want me to fight with that thing? Are you crazy?
Her aim is so bad.
See that? When I say I'll do something damn straight, I'll do it. Here.
Come on, let's go.
You want me to fight with that thing? Are you crazy?
Her aim is so terrible. Yeah, they had so much fun with this little moment. Yeah, this is like the best fucking way they could have given us a way to punish Siuin, essentially.
Crazy fat. You piece of
I didn't notice that before. You're swearing like that. God damn it, that's fucking hilarious. Oh, I love it so much.
See that? When I say I'll do something damn straight, I'll do it.
We did it! Huh. Thank you, Matisse. Hey, I'm not a bad shot, am I? I could shoot better than you using my feet. We gotta head to the next elevator. Do you know the way? Yes, I know the locations of all the elevators in this area. Alright, lead the way.
You want me to get on it? Oh, wait, that didn't come out right. Are you ready? Then let's go.
Oh good, we have some help. While continually receiving unseen assistance from Matisse, we managed to arrive at the nearest elevator. What we see there is an army of raptors so massive that the ground itself can't be seen. What is all that? Are all those raptors? Looks like it. What are we gonna do now? Those things will turn us into cheese before we have a chance to move an inch. Don't be ridiculous. Raptors don't know anything about cheese, let alone how to make any. What are you prattling on about? This is no good. Time to finally request help from Matisse. Huh? The raptors begin to explode in a cacophonous blast. I look towards the center. Oh. In the midst of the raptor horde is a blinding streak of two colors which I've missed dearly. Sky blue and pure white. We're safe! Nicely done. That makes 50. Shifty? Oh hey, Commander. Fancy seeing you here. Shifty walks toward me, firing pot shots at the raptors one after the other, all the while, each of them exploding in quick succession. Say, don't I know this lady? Shifty? No, aren't you Siuin? That's right, but how do you know me? You're really Siuin? Yes. What are you doing up on the surface? I could ask you the same thing. Oh, let me check this. Yo, what's up? How many minutes? Okay, gotcha. Love you, bye-bye. Cool, I gotta wrap this up very quickly. I got like 10 minutes left. I could ask you the same thing. Oh, me? Deputy Chief was telling me. Some actual field experience would do us all good, even operations like you. Or operators like you. Come to the surface and eliminate raptures. That's why I came up here. It's a nice way to relieve stress, too. Thank you, Commander. You arranged all this because you figured I must be feeling down again, isn't that right? Yeah, sure. How about we take care of these guys and head back? Unable to withstand her merciless barrage, all the raptors before her are torn to shreds. Is this all you're doing? Some ridiculous dog and pony show? The elevator breaking down? All these raptors? It was all orchestrated by you, wasn't it? Wasn't it fun? 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 Are you joking with me? I nearly had a heart attack. April Fools! I'm going to kill you. You know that. So funny.
You want me to fight with that thing? Are you crazy?
Let's actually use somebody who can fire.
What am I doing?
Sprout them in their entirety, yes?
I'm going!
I don't know if I can beat these guys in time. There's too many of them. This is the main part I wanted to show you, though. Connor, are you okay, girl? Where the fuck is the... Okay, there he is. I do have to get going soon, though, actually. I have plans. Oh, you can't actually die. What the fuck is wrong?
See that? When I say I'll do something damn straight, I'll do it.
I'm going!
Everybody get... Let's go, Bolt!
Come on, game, hurry! I don't know how much dialogue is left after this. I think it's just finishing touches and stuff.
You really want me to fight? Are you sure? Oh gosh. You crazy fat...
Nikke with the laser rifle? Okay, good. The one that always wants to be a hero?
I'll do something damn straight. I'll do it.
Thanks to Shifty's performance, we were able to return safely. Risky, but frankly... I'm gonna have to skim through this, I'm sorry. Created some new memories. Someone's been using the shower in your room. Oh, right. I think the previous years... Unholster my pistol. Who's in my shower? Zing. Mustang. I frantically closed the shower door in a hurry. Why does this stuff always happen to me? No, I must have been hallucinating. I'll check one more time. Inside. Huh? The sight shocks me so much that I faint. I thought they showed us a picture of Mustang. I guess not. I don't know how much time has passed. There's this warm and squishy feeling. I open my eyes. Oh, fuck yeah. Oh, fuck yeah. You sleep like a baby. Holy shit. Probably because your thighs are really big and wide. That must be really comfy. Told you not to say things like that, didn't I? Oh, sorry. Still glad it's not anything serious. Sorry, so the commander got a happy ending after seeing somehow Mustang in the shower. I'm being prodded by something ticklish yet soft. The tip of your finger slides over bare skin like this. They say men can't help but react. She's not a Nikke, then she's just a regular human. That's the joke, that's why they suck. My mind and body enter an intense battle. Is this how it all ends? Voila. Archive, don't lie. Alright guys, thank you all for tuning in. I hope you enjoyed that silly end to my stream. We would have to continue Nikke sometime later. Yeah, until next time, celebrate your fandom.